they're just about warring, and she said, no, we'll do this better. And we're still friends, we're still neighbors, and we love you guys, and thank you for inviting us. Masi Cho.
Thank you, good stuff. Man, everybody enjoyed that? Hey? Thank you. It gets your brain working a different way, eh? You know, it really makes you wonder. All these notes I was taking, how many people got scared from the Northern Lights? Don't whistle or clap. Hey? Who got taken away? Who joined the Star People? You see, that's it just got me thinking. All the stories that are similar. How many Dene people were told, don't shack up with the Crees? Guess what I did? My son's half Cree. Hey? See? It's true. We gotta laugh about it. That's how we're gonna learn. You know, he talked about the Catholic way too, and watch my own community. I just perk up, just like a little dog, a little puppy, right? Because I say this too in my community. We're colonized, very Catholic. I can't even talk about it. I'm a Dene podcaster. It's been a few years, you know, and sometimes we gotta knock down that little barrier just to have a conversation, not to disrespect anybody, religion, the Creator. I pray too, right? Thank you, students, for joining us. Thank you, Hai and Osman, Masi. You know, but I want to put this in everyone's head here. Kevin got me thinking. Meander River, I've met them here a few events. They've talked to me. They've shared stories with me. Doi River, I met Gary Oker. He said we have caves over there. Our artifacts are 12,500 years old. What does the Bible say? The Bible goes back how many thousand years old? 2? So before that, what did we do? If our artifacts are being found 10,000, 12,000 years before religion, what did we do? What did we do? Just to create thought. That's all I'm doing, right? You know, we talk about the residential schools and how it's taken our language, right? It's not to disrespect religion, but I believe we gotta have this conversation. You know, it's a tough one to have. It's a tough one for me, man. I live in a Facebook world. Some elders, they don't want to be recorded. Some elders, they do. I got to respect both, but I got to do my best to try and share whatever I can with other people. 3 years ago, before I started podcasting, I could barely ever hear the Dene language. Now we're heard across the world. That's your language, you know? Your language is heard across the world, and now here we gather here today to share. And I want to thank Kevin. You know, it's really, really good. Don't give kids an opportunity to learn English. Really, you know, I thought about this. Someone that spoke, I forget, it was a counselor. Last week, I live in the south, in Moose Jaw. My daughter's half white, and I got to throw an English word with Dene together for her to make sense. But then we went in this superstore. I saw these Asian people. They had a toddler. They just spoke their language, and I was like, man, I don't want to feel guilty when I'm older. I know I do it a little bit. I speak to her, but why am I giving her the chance to make it easier for her to understand English? English is overpowering my one word so that she can word. I was like, man, I don't want to feel guilty in the future. You know, it's that ha-ha moment they talk about, like I'm just continuing on what was brought to me, even though I'm a fluent speaker, right? I'm have heard about the language shift and the stories and all that good stuff. So I hope we learn and pick up all those little things, take notes to take home. It's free, okay? It's always important. So at this time, I believe we're gonna have a draw. So grab your tickets and we're gonna give away some stuff. 5 things? Okay, 5 prizes. I'm not sure what we got. Maybe casino vouchers, slot tickets.
Okay.
Right here. Okay, everybody ready? And then we're gonna have a quick break. And then we'll go into Meander River. Stanley, I do believe, is gonna come up. So first winning ticket 0979 768. Oh, there's always somebody. Oh, no, so close. Okay. 768 right here. Is there 2 of them? No, right here. 0979. Okay. There's 1. How many winners we got? Okay. 787 last 3. 787. 78. Roy, you got it? No. 787 0979. 787. Yila. What's You know, it's kind of cool. We got different regions and dialects in here, right? What's okay is T dialect. 3. Oh, okay. And then Fond du Lac K dialect. No winner, no bingo. Any D dialect? It's from the Saint Minute. And then Floyd, what's the fighting word? Floyd.
Mariah.
791, last 3. 791.
I'm trying to avoid that.
Right here, I gotta double check. Yep, we got another bingo. So you can take a break if you want, or if you want to stay for your, it is scheduled for a break right now. We're gonna have our next presenter come up. But we're gonna do prizes. Give your ticket to your relative. Just like a bingo machine here, just crackling away. Then a hundred. Oh, Connecticut, Pendleton. 0979 828, last 3, 828. 828, Brian? Jesse? Oh. Right there. Yep. Nope. 1 winner today. Oh, man. Pioneers, very thick. Okay, 1 more. 2 more. Last 3 numbers, 744. 744. 744. Mine's right there too. Maybe I won. Seven, 4, 4, anybody? Mariah is a fish. And then it's Telas to it. Tela. That's your Denny name. Tela.
How big?
789. 789. 789. Right there. Run. Just kidding. One more. That is a winner. Right there. Jans. Let us know how that tastes there tomorrow. Try it out. Yeah. One more. 815. 815. 815. Once again, you can have a break, but please be on time here. We're gonna stay on schedule because we have lunch at 11:50. So 10:50, we are starting again. Right on the clock. 815. Right there, 815. John, how you got? Where's he go? 815. 0979 815. Is that it? One more. Okay, one more. Last one. 793. 793. 793. 793. 793. Nada? Llamas? 793. Going once, sold. Quick auction. Okay, last one. 821. 821. Right there in the blue? No. 820, okay. 125. World fine is 821. Where's he go? Mayor Mariah, there's any. There you go, Mariah. So, take a quick break. They brought some snacks out there. Lots of snacks. Grab some water. Are we live yet on Facebook? We are. All the good stuff. Thank you. If you want to share Cold Lake First Nations page, that is on Facebook for all the people. We'll be starting here. We'll be starting here in a few minutes. We'll be starting here in a few minutes. Take a break, eat the welcome, grab snacks, nice to meet you.
For the visitors first.
I got one for my cat. I got one for my cat. I got one.
Two, check. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. One, two, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Oh, that sounds good, huh? For all the tall people that can hear. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me outside, please make your way up back into the conference room here. Thank you, Hotel Denny, for having this event. Appreciate it. Nice, beautiful venue. Good breakfast too this morning, eh? Oh man, skinny little bones feel fatter this morning. So thank you. Masi Chok. Lunchtime day at 11:50. No, it's the next presenter. Denethao, it's in Nicole Bohalla, Hotel Nidati, emergency. Eight Ani Yela. Gabi Baya, Tio Anya. They are doing it. Sadune Dene. Filana, Ayo Denethao, and then also. Eita, Monica Willie. Yeah. Monica will die. Very interesting history here in Cold Lake. Eh? Sardine Lake Lolly, you know? So what's that? What kind of fish is sardines? Just minnows? Öçöres pickerel. Shoots salada. Yeah. Wet. I don't know if I don't know if that juice is water. Surprised there's no Click Lake, yeah? There's Sardine Lake, but there's no Click Lake. Everybody loves Click. So I'm going to ask everybody to come on in, please sit down. It feels good to visit, eh? People you haven't seen in a long time, different regions, different Dene speakers. Yaftini, Alex. The world-renowned artist, Alex Janvier. Yaftini Nedit, Adres Padley. Yeah. So come on back in, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour. We'll get started with our next. We're going to have our drummers come up. Meander River drummers are going to come on up, play a couple songs, and then we are going to. They're going to share some stories with us. They come from Denethau First Nation, Northern Alberta. They travel about 10 hours away. I think Fond du Lac's the farthest, 14 hours on Skidoo. How far on Skidoo? 3 hours. Delbert Hanea Dog, there's Chenea. You know, Wollaston Lake, we went there a few years ago. Oh, probably 10 years ago now, actually. People from Lac Rocher, they skidoo to come play the hockey tournament. They skidoo 3 hours. Come play a hockey tournament. Lac Rocher, there's no road in there. Winter road, 14-hour winter road. How many people have a winter road coming into their community? Eh? Oh man, once that ice road hits, eh? You just can't wait to get to KFC. You always see people, when you see people from your hometown, when'd you come in? When you going back? Yeah. What time you come in? Who you come with? Yeah. Ma, I just saw you at Chief's Corner here. How you get here so fast? Yeah, it's always the same. Then you just stand there in awkward silence. Okay, I'm gonna get going now. You don't know what else to say because you saw him that morning. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. We will get. Boy, there's a team in. Leonard. Yeah. George? Oh, okay. Leonard, thank you. Good to see you again. Yeah, must see. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'm going to call up the Meander River Tache Dene drummers. They're going to play us a couple of songs here and do a presentation. We've had to swap because there was a family emergency. So come on in, have a seat. Thank you. All the Hamas, all the cocoons, quiet down. Said Sunes, Okay, once again, have a seat. We'll get started here. I'm gonna hand the mic over. These gentlemen here, they traveled 10 hours here. They're gonna be doing the tea dance here tonight. That's gonna be from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Gulda, Inda, Masi. Okay. So they're gonna open up with a prayer song and then a dance song. As I said here, they come from Meander River. They'll be doing a tea dance here tonight. But once they sing a song, I'm gonna hand the mic over to Stanley. They're gonna share some stories with us. As one of our presenters, they're not able to show up. So they've taken the reins here for the next hour this morning, and then possibly see what we're doing for time. I believe Julius Park is going to come up for a bit too. So a lot of sharing here this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome here Meander River Tache Dene drummers. A big round of applause. And they're going to bless us with their songs here. Merci, Joe. I'll ask everyone at Rough, please stand up too, sir. Thank you. Masi Cho, thank you, thank you. They're championship singers from Daneta. That's just a little taste of what you're gonna get this evening. So, Nezu, which one's single? Hey. Which one's single but got 5 kids? So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Tache Dene drummers. They come from Meander River. They're going to be here tonight from 6 to 8 p.m. So please be here. Warm up in the hot tub before you need. But I'm going to hand the mic over to Stanley Salapri. You know, these guys, I met them heading to Kaitata Fort Chipewyan last summer. I was going to say this summer, but I guess we're in 2024. But they've traveled there and they're going to share a bit about the drum and his own story. So let's please welcome Stanley Salapri.
Merci, Salapri. जो नहाने के जो नहाने के कोशिश. Thank you very much, my relative brothers and sisters. On behalf of the Daneta, Meander River Dene drummers and the Daneta First Nations, we are very, very honored to be here and share our drum, the sacred songs. First of all, I would like to do just a brief presentation on the drum, what we just did around that, and also the language. As a Daneta member, I was raised around drums. Sometimes I went to sleep listening to the drums. At times I would wake up to it. My late father was the main organizer, spiritual leader in our community, Meander River, Alberta. I speak my language fluently. I did not attend residential school, although I went to high school in Edmonton, Alberta. To the Daneta First Nations, how we started using the drum. That was years and years. The drum, to us, it's a very, very sacred thing. And the songs that we sing, the first song we just did, it's a prayer song. And the second song, it's a dance song. To be a dancer, you don't need to be certified. You can dance any way you like. There's no fancy footwork. But if you want to do it, by all means, go ahead. We are very happy to sing and share our drum songs, which has been passed on from generation to generation. We have ceremony songs, we have dance songs. And how drum came to be is a long, long time ago, going back maybe a few generations ago. There were prophets, and God had prophets in different separate regions in northern Alberta. And the last prophet we had was Alexis Sinyata from Assumption, Alberta. Before him was Alexis Salapri, which is my grandfather. And the other one was Noga. Noga, that's Wolverine. That was his name, that prophet from northwestern part of Alberta, Assumption area. When Noga passed on, he passed that bundle on to Alexis Sinyanta. And he was our last remaining prophet. I think he passed away back in the late 80s. Out of respect, the elders and the prophet had stressed the importance of drum. It's a sacred thing. So in order to pick up that drum and carry on those sacred songs, the elders stressed that we have to abstain from the alcohol and drugs. Do it with a clear mind. If we don't, there's a bad side of it. But I'm not sure, but that's what I was told. I had to respect that drum. Respecting the drum is one of them is teaching the younger generations at a very young age. The drum doesn't speak for itself, but it was given to us by the Great Spirit, meaning our grandfather. The prophets, the ceremony songs that we still use today in our community. We have ceremonies for each season, meaning there's 4 seasons to a year, so we do 4 ceremonies. But to be a drummer, the elders always try to teach us the youth. You start them off at a very young age, and you only use the Dene language, which is very, very simple to understand. The drums, I'm going to show a little example here. This drum was made back home by one of the drummers himself. It's a moose hide, and the drum frame, sometimes you use spruce trees. But spruce trees are a little heavy, so we use birch for frames, birch wood. And for the drumstick, it's a choice. What kind of wood? The willow, birch. And it's to make a drum, it's time consuming. Sometimes it takes about maybe 6 months to dry it, to make it sound really good, get that really sharp, strong beat. Anyhow, going back to the drum. Many years ago, like I said a little while ago, a prophet, then is our First Nation, a prophet, a song, ceremonial song came to him in a dream. That song was meant to be used for him and to pass it on. It was a sacred ceremonial song that we used. And the following night, he had a dream about the drum. Early in the morning, he was waking up. He heard a drum beat. And as the sun was coming up, he walked out of his teepee, and there was a drum hanging on the branch. So he was told that from that day on, he was going to become a prophet. From that day on, every now and then he would get messages through his dream to lead his people in a spiritual path, to protect the people. That was our way that we were taught today. We follow those teachings. The elders have taught some of these drummers that are with me today. I think there's There's two of them, actually four of them that are with me that were taught by the elderly drummers that had passed on. And I feel honored myself. I'm older than them, but I'm proud of them for who they are and what they're doing for themselves and showing that example for the future younger generations. And that's how, as Dene people, we share our teachings. The elders, they don't talk, they don't speak they don't waste their time when they're talking. They want to make sure the younger generations grasp that teachings and carry it on. Some people would say, hey, that's not your song, you can't sing it. As a drummer, we earn it. We earn those songs because the grandfathers from the spirit world, they're looking after us. They're happy at what we're doing, drumming. So we carry on their songs, and we're going to carry it on to the next generation. My grandchildren, I'm sure they're going to be, right now I have 9 months old grandson, and I'm already talking to my wife. I'm going to teach that little guy. I'm going to teach him to be a drummer. I'm going to teach him to be a hunter, just like me. So that's how you talk to your children. You, in the back of your mind, plan it ahead of time. But you gotta have patience. To be a teacher, you gotta have patience as a Dene person. When we teach our younger generations, when I repeat myself, we gotta have patience. As First Nations people, our first language is our language. Whether you're Dene, Cree, Blackfoot, Lakota, Sioux, Denisotina, you always have to be proud and carry those teachings. And if you speak your language fluently, give yourself a pat. You look back about 150 years ago, what the residential school had done to our parents, our grandparents. You're trying to tarnish our beliefs, our language, our culture and art. So the drum is a very, very powerful thing. So that's how I look at it, and the elders, that's what they have taught the younger generations. Without our culture and art and language, we're nothing. So if we want to teach our younger generations about the culture and art, you start them off at a very young age. Like myself, my 9-month-old grandson, I start talking to him in Dene. My wife is a Lakota Sioux. She's also talking to him too, in Sioux. So, if one day my grandson, we teach him the right way, I hope that he'll be speaking different languages, maybe 3 different languages. We can't be shy about our language. It was given to us. God gave us that language. But what happened in the residential school, in the mindset, the government and the Indian agents and the church, they thought they were doing something good for us. But it was an assimilation and genocide, which took a lot of us, took a lot out of us. But you have to remember, as Dene person, we are very, very strong and resilient people. We still have a chance to revive that language by teaching the younger generations. If you have younger grandchildren or your own children, start talking to them. Don't be shy. I used to live in Edmonton. Whenever I go shopping, big malls, there's different ethnic groups. Muslim, colored people, Oriental. They're never shy of their language. They go ahead and speak it loud, they laugh, you know. That's how it's supposed to be. I don't know. I'm not sure why the white man, they gave us an English language. Myself, I call it a borrowed language. It's not mine. But today, a lot of us First Nations, we don't speak all the same language. We have different languages. Cree, Dene, Benesahine, Blackfoot, and Dakota. It's okay. It's okay to learn other languages. Myself, I speak Cree. Obsessed. Obsessed means a little bit. I'm learning, you know. But my number one language is Deneta. Deneke Ujankose. Deneke Yati. So today there's a big movement around languages right across the Turtle Island. We always have to focus in our community for resources. Use your own people. The elders are still around. Use them. They're the knowledge keepers. Don't look beyond the university, the learning institutions. Use your own. This way, it'll be easier to understand because it's not on written form. It's all done orally. When you go out in the land, that's the best place to learn your language. Teach the younger generation the culture. That's what we do back home. One of our drummers, our elderly drummer, Roy, he does a lot of out in the land teachings about the culture, about trapping, the livelihood. And that's meaning what I meant by teaching out on the land is you get away from all that interference with social media, texting, TVs. You want to learn, you want to teach the younger generations. Go to a place where it's quiet. Like the land, out in the land is the best place. Sit by the fire in the evening. Tell them a story about your grandparents or your great-great-grandparents. How they lived their life, the traditional way. It's never too late to look back and bring those teachings back. Back home, our livelihood, it's all based on out in the land, hunting, drum dance, ceremonies, feasts. When I was growing up, we had traditional feasts. We call it tea dance. Tea dance, today, some First Nations, they would call it round dance. Round dance is another Plains Indians practicing where they have different drum beat and different drums. Like us, our Dene drum, it has a drawstring right across, right in the middle. It's to give it a rhythm every time you hit it. He gives a rhythm beat. Whereas the Plains Indians, they have round dances and they have powwows and they they don't have drawstrings. It makes a really loud sound. So even the First Nations, the way we do our culture and art, it's a little different. But with that, myself, the way I was raised around drums is respecting the drum. So during my travels, whenever I go to round dances or powwow to do a prayer song ceremonies, one of them is to remove our headgear, listen, and respect their practice, their ways. But what I found out, removing your hat, when you're doing ceremonies, removing our hat, it's another way, it's another practice. That's a Roman Catholic practice. That's how I look at it. Roman Catholic Church, when you walk in, you have to remove your headgear and bow. But as First Nations today, we seem to got caught up in that practice. So out of respect, when we do ceremonies, we move our headgear. And a lot of that, in the mindset, it's still with us. So it's pretty hard to break those the old residential school habits, I guess. I'm not saying I'm perfect, no way. It's just how I look at things. Because my late mother was a former residential school student. It wasn't an easy life when I was growing up. On the other hand, my late father was a firm believer. He was a traditional man. So he had the enforcements behind all these traditional beliefs, culture and art, spiritual. That's where I got my teachings from. But on the other hand, I didn't learn too much from my mom, except anger. Because I was physically abused, emotionally, mentally. For the longest period of my life, I hated my mom. My mother died in 2017. 6 years prior to her death, I made that amendments with her. I told her one day, I want to come over to your place and have tea with you. She said, okay. I got to her place. I told her, Mom, did you know I hated you all those years when I was growing up? She asked me why. I'm your mother, you shouldn't hate me. I know, but for what you did to us, I told her. Where did you learn that? And you know what she told me? It's at residential school. That's how I learned to discipline. I was disciplined that way. That's the only way I know how to discipline you and your siblings. I told my mom, I'm sorry that I hated you. You're my mother, I love you, I told her. I forgive you. It brought tears to my mother's eyes. I remember. I still could picture it. From then on, 6 years later, she died, but during that six years, holy man, we had a good relationship. She said, my son, I love you. I never heard that before. So that's what residential school did to us, our parents, our grandparents. So one of the most important things we had was God given. The Great Spirit gave that to us. It's our language and our culture. With those things, it's a backup tool for your traditional way or livelihood. The drum represents our spiritual. That's our ceremonies. But they replace that, the residential school trying to replace that with the church. Church is a foreign teaching. It was European teachings. It's not ours. The drum, the ceremonies, it's our home base, it's our teachings, it's our spiritual. There's a lot of things that's being inflicted on us. But like I said, we're very, very resilient people. I remember when I first started drumming, I was in 1997. Out of respect for that drum, I would have picked up that drum when I was 14 years old. But like everybody else, I was experiencing alcohol. Drugs wasn't my choice, it was alcohol. So with respect to the drum, I didn't pick it up until I sobered up. After I sobered up, my late uncle was the key player, the main key player for the ceremonies and the knowledge keeper. He told me, I think you're ready, pick up that drum, he told me. You won't have any problem because your late father sang those songs. When you listen to it, you'll pick it up just like nothing. And he was right. Today when I hear drumming different songs, I haven't heard it in a long time, I'll pick it up. It doesn't take me long to pick it up. So when you're growing up, when you're taught something, the most important thing, the drum, the sacred song, it stays with you. Even the language. I grew up with language, talking my own language. When us drummers, when we travel and we go on the road or hunting, interactions, we all talk our language. And so when you speak your language, it makes more sense. If you can't speak the language, what's the point in practicing culture? What's the point in trying to practice that livelihood, traditional way? Because when you speak your own language, it makes things much simpler. When you use that borrowed language, English, it gets a little complex. Because this person next to you she's gonna understand what you're talking about. What about the second person, the third person? How to remember that? So when we interact with our language, it's much easier and much simpler to understand one another. Back home, there's a lot of the original language that we don't use. Sometimes we hear it, but in the mindset, back in my mind, I still remember all those words. But myself too. I live away from home sometimes, and sometimes I have to use that borrowed language, which is English. And going back to the language too, I'd like to say more and more about the language. But just like I said, I'm just going to do a little brief presentation on the culture and the drum and anyhow, I I'd like to make, really positive comments about Linda Menuz for really enforcing the language and the culture, and the coordinator. It's good that we utilizing our own resources from our home community. This way, it's much easier to learn, to teach the younger generation. If we go to universities and pick up their curriculum and bring it home, sure, some of the middle-aged people and older, they might not be able to, read and write and understand the curriculum. So I think language curriculum, we want to develop that. It should be done homemade, meaning it should be made right in the community. Sure, it's good to have university learning institutions input, but we can't be influenced too much. Because when you look back, way back about 100 years ago, residential school put a major influence on us. And look what happened today. A lot of us, we don't learn our language. We haven't had a chance, or we don't even bother at all with our language. Back home, Denada First Nation, there's 3 communities. Where I come from is Meander River. North of High Level, Assumption. It's called Chate now. It's 1 hour west of High Level. In Bushy River, which is just down the road, east of High Level. Meander River, where I come from, we still retain the original dialect, the Deneda. Deneda, myself, I'm a Deneda myself, but our tribe shouldn't be called Deneda. When you look on a map, northwestern corner of Alberta, BC, and the Blue Tea, there's a small lake called Bicho Lake. That's where the Deneda came from. So when I look back at Deneda, or Deneda First Nation, we shouldn't be called Deneda First Nation, we should be called Bicho Mechontina First Nation. That's where we came from. You see a lot of the, when the reserve was first established back in, I think, late 1940s or early 1950s, our reserve was established. We had a vast traditional territory, but we got cornered, we got corralled into a small little chunk of land. And they gave us that name, Deneda first. First it was slaves of Upper Hay River. Hey, we're not slaves. It's derogatory, term. So the nation changed that to a Deneda First Nation back in the late 1970s. So we still are kind of obsessed by the influence from the residential school, meaning they give our reserves or where we come from, our grandparents. It was all in First Nations names. And when they came along, they gave us our hometown or our home, reserves was totally different. It's a mess. It's not a Dene names anymore, First Nations names. Where I come from, Meander River, it's we're known for Tache. That's where Meander River is. Tache means a little brother river meets a big brother he river. Tache, ta means river, che means little brother. So when you look on a map, the He River runs right in the middle of our reserve, Meander River. and it flows all the way to NWT, and it drains right into Great Slave Lake and Hay River, NWT. And that little meander river, it comes from a little lake slough. The reason why they call it meander river is when we look on the map, it kind of zigzags like this. It meanders, and it drains right into Hay River. And they give us that reserve, that name, Meander River. So a lot of residential school influence. I think we should try our best as First Nations because we're right in the middle, we're right in the midst of reconciliation. The truth is out. Now that reconciliation, that's what's happening right now. But reconciliation is we can't do it ourselves. The white man too, they got to do their part too. But that's when we do our part, we have to think about the little younger generations. We have to think, we can't be selfish. We got to try to do our best to pass on our beliefs, our culture, and our language is the most important thing. We have to try to preserve it. And hopefully the future generations will pick it up and make it 100%. And that's my wish, because I have already plans for my grandson. He's only 9 months old. So we have to think positive. Don't be selfish. Don't only think about yourself. Think about those younger generations. The language is a very, very important thing. That's what makes us stand. That's what makes us strong. Because that border language, it makes us weaker. Because we fight each other. In politics, example. So we have to have a clear mind. Every morning, think positive. When you want to meditate and say a prayer, think about your grandparents, think about your forefathers, how they practice. You have to try very, very hard to hang on to what's left of our teachings, our elderly. So with that, I would like to thank all of you for taking your time, and although I wasn't quite 100%, but we'll all get there eventually, but keep pressing, have faith in yourself. Masi.
Masi Cho, Veneta First Nation. What'd you say? Beish Cho. Bechotina. Cool, Masi, appreciate that. As he said, he had to fill in Portia. Is it Portia or Patricia? Portia wasn't able to make it, her and her mother. They're here tomorrow, but there was a family emergency, so thank you for filling in. 6 o'clock to 8, they'll be here for a tea dance. And I'm gonna hand the mic over to Ron Janvier Otelotsi, or Marina Nokohu, and they're going to do a presentation. And then Julius Park's got up. We're going to give about 10 minutes. Once they let me know that lunch is ready, we'll have lunch, and we'll come back. We'll start off the afternoon portion. So, Masi Cho, Marina Nokohu, and Ron here.
Merci. Cholat inadon sanaga merci kusi sinesa atu ya kia da zo no hani no hot ani no ya kia no hot azi merci na sanza te cardo da na estiu na sukhine dia no ya tia da ti ka na ke ka ti o ke ba do ya no ho do kat uda zan was kenaza Dana ador dana sa. Adi kani ko tila kalakalaga. At uba setu dia. I guess working. No need to go tell us kani ila. Dana koda patorti na ja. Dana koda dana thana kani. Ay klasi talala untona besejuti abesejuti na bakasorti. Ay ahudi dela na ay adu tikuyo no tikuyo ay ahudi dela dan sukhinde kaya. Tu dana koda hodani khande kodila asnada dila. Dana tarnation you are seen that ay take is about the yakina zuno wani ana yakina kat ay daba no hachani kala ay lunishani dila sa meander river you that chate hanila or the lato na about in one daily akolo kala fanila kodo yana no kelosi ay garbo nil de tuบอกคนนั้นหนาวโทนะไม่นักเขจาจะรู้โทตอนนี้ขันซะแต่นั้นก็จะทำให้เขารู้ทนนะดูโซ่สุดจีค่ะแต่นั้นก็จะนี่เทลัสทูจีนะฮะปาเทีแต่นั้นอยากเทียแต่นั้นอยากเทียปะปานั้นอะไรไปอยากเทียไอ้ยี่ห้านะฮะปาเทีก็ได้อยากเทียดัสอะไรthat what did that do uya dan ko dele uya kholu batulu ta sinu ni da de sala rani chu nil iu sa kha si bete hulla algal habet ila onas carlu si bete ai atu zenega to azi no yakina zono e marsicho ai ha understand kholu Hate Dacia Bagasorti Edri Salarani Willis and I got that in Telas Toti. A you tono but Tulu Azi answer her and Wayatia and Suki lately about Azi but unanswer her. Kolu a Nadakane don't tell that the date till has seen a year. Bring it other say Yaze. Utara nakkan ha du tada ke ai ha e amar sin understand se du zega ulla sta tu no pati e asalla na paya talgala maganti asa
His drum name, well, I'll just say his drum name is, we call Konhat Allah, carrying the fire ahead for us. So that's just his drummer name, carrying the light into the future. Back in the day when people used to go camp to camp, they were the runners and they used to carry the fire to the next camp. So he's doing exactly the same thing with our language. Another contrast outlet. So.
Let's see. Oh man, I'm trying not to cry. I wasn't expecting that, but must see, you know. Boy, I don't know.
Hey, Willis, sing us a song.
Sing us a song. I don't know any songs yet, but I'm gonna do my best to learn. I honestly, you know, I appreciate it. See, news and you know, then I see it. Don't time nene begin aster. Of course, it's a I do. Then you're ego shan. Hålla en åstines den kolla Klantadret I schoolline there down our schoolline there's a message on the email on the must see session in the podcast schoolline there then you terrorist so kweda hitchue foster care the must see say a terrorist in the podcast so as soon as gone but neno out this is not me and thank you must see this and but I don't even get emotional, and I do this stuff everywhere. In about a month from now, in about a month from now, I'm going to be 9 years clean. At one point in my life, I used to drink and drive everywhere. I'd be offered this stuff. I couldn't take it. I always tell people I don't have no degree. I just have my language. That's all I did. I showed up on Facebook and I keep showing up. So, it's much more than me. I appreciate this, but, it's for all of you. It's your language that's heard around the world now. It's just my voice. If you believe in, a spiritual realm, my grandmother was a Dene teacher. I learned from Julius Park, and my grandmother, I believe it's my grandmother, they do this to me, and, my dad was a broadcaster, now both of it put together, I'm that. If you believe in that, because many times I wanted to quit, just something like I shared here, a residential school survivor, thank you for your podcast. I'm trying to learn my language. So I kept going anywhere I could meet people. I'm thankful for the opportunities. I've been to Lac Rocher, to Dooley, Lake Fort Ship. I used to be shacked up there. Yeah, listen. But yeah, thank you. Sorry. I just shared a video just laughing. That's all I did in the language. My sister said, no, and if you know what that means, it means this is bigger than all of us. What we're doing here, this is bigger than all of us. It's bigger than me receiving this. It's for the young people. It's for, a politician say this, but now I'm in a position, it's for the young people, right? It sounds cliche, but I understand what they mean now. I'm like, my grandchildren, I want to learn, it's for the youth. I heard they growing up. I'm only 35 years old, but must-see show. We're going to continue on with the show. I'm not going to cry anymore because we're live streaming there. We should have cut that off, but we're going to have lunch, actually. Someone's got to pray here, and, who are we going to do it there, Linda? No, Burger, I believe it's all ready. Mariah, Carrie. Is food's ready? Okay. We'll just open that door here, and I think this mic is gonna. Will it feedback? No. Should be good. Okay. Torlun Arutelo, I ask everybody to please stand up. Our priest. So, Masi.
Masicho, appreciate it. So afternoon, we're gonna start early because Julius Park is gonna do a presentation. It's about 10 minutes long, just after lunch. So we can't even, everyone's an elder. I was gonna say elders first, but everyone pretty much is an elder. So if everything is ready there, help yourselves. Thank you. Ooh, Jeff Taylor. 746. 746. 746. Or let's see. Yep, you see Mariah. New blanket there. Maybe first time, I don't know. Look at it. Yeah, 825 is 801. 801. 821. 775. 775. Then the Class D. Yep. Yeah, Jenny, Pachanak. And even I Taylor's in Alice 7, don't do it. Total. Class D. Then total or reason. 9 total. Oh yeah. Couldn't go to the when chosen. Total 7, right? Total 7 for them. Interesting, yeah? Get out, Daisy. Pendleton, last snag and blanket. 779. Not close enough, Ron? 779. 779. Right here? Right there. In the back, 779. Yeah. Is that her name? Oh, hi, Melissa. Nice to meet you. You got a new snag and blanket there. It's cold. Bring it to the tea dance tonight. Must see show. So, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask everybody to get their attention here. We'll get started because we've added a presenter here this morning. We were going to put him during the spot to fill, but he's going to give him 10 minutes before we go into Donna McDonald. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome Mr. Bones Julius Park. Bones Park.
Joe Willis. John Master is in here, sir. Willis. He's a team of 20. The teacher, she's a curly, and you see the pencil, and yeah, you see father, you see that on a Chelsea, yeah. Chelas and rehearsing. And also the other, on Monday, that Hanacho Hamilton and Thursday. You see her at the city first, then you see her there with the family. And then they see her at the, that was that we had to do. And the long time. It's an old lot. The Hanacho Hamilton. So, Amish Khan, so the Kalkun. Then the Soshina, then Amish Khan, elementary school, kindergarten, grade 6 and 7. It's in Kalakanafi. They are not a team. Allah TV. Marcino is thankful to be here. I'd like to acknowledge the elders that are here today and political leaders and the people that are hosting this event here. It's a special moment here for me and want to be part of this event here. I'm glad to be here and always with Alex stand here. I'm glad that he's here. I was asking about you on my way to Full Lake here. I was talking to my friend there, Noel McIntyre, who came with me from English First Nation on charity. Anyway, I'm not going to take too long here. I don't have 10 minutes, but my background is mostly, working with Dene language and culture at the community level, and I kind of shied away from that because I have, back in 2005, I graduated. I got my master's in education, and I worked for Northern High School Division. So my hope was to become superintendent director, but it didn't happen that way. Make a long story short, it's just sometimes you got to know people in that area. And working with Dene language in kindergarten to grade 6 in the Lodge, the kids would come to school with English only. 500 kids that came to that school. I know everybody, I know their families, and there was just a tiny bit of students that are not speakers of the Dene language. Students of parents that came to the community that spoke English, and my friend is teaching Dene language now. It's basically reversed now. The students are coming to school with English only, but there's still a strong community speakers in the lodge. Some of the students that are probably in their 20s, 30s, still speak the language. So those are some of the students that I taught. Willis is one of them too. So basically, what I was hoping to do was back then to create a place where students, their language at the home level, when they were coming to school with Dene, that we could carry on that message in the school, because the language comes from the school, the community, and on the land, right? So it was sort of a challenge, with people that are sitting around the table at the time, they did believe in it. So basically, me and my other colleague, we met with some teachers and administration superintendent. So we have to do. But I felt like I was begging other people, outsiders, that we want to incorporate our language into the school, not just to have a language class for 2 periods out of the week, like a full-time Dene immersion program where they still have their language. So that was the idea. But anyway, we had a community back then before COVID started. So the idea there was to be a support for the Dene communities in northern Saskatchewan. We had a couple of meetings, and we kind of have created a draft for a strategy where we can take action. So I hear a lot of things about we must speak our language. We must speak for our children. We have to create resources, work with the elders, knowledge keepers. The question that I usually have is like, how do we do that? How do we demonstrate that we can utilize the resources that we have in here, so we can create a place where people that are really dedicated to keeping our language alive. So we have questions, we have targets. What are we aiming for? Obviously, is to retain our language, to keep it going, to keep it alive. That's the plan, right? So sometimes when I speak at a conference or a place where people ask me to speak, what's going to happen today, the day after, when we go back to our communities? How do we keep this momentum going? How do we advance ourselves? Think about those kind of questions. So when we do that, that means we need people to come together And then we can sit down, talk about it. What do we hope to accomplish? We can put it on paper and implement those strategies at the community level. Start at the home, community, and on the land. There's a lot of talk about land-based education. We call it land-based learning. That's our lifestyle. We learn our language, living off the land. You know, our language is work-oriented. So it's a strategy that we can bring to the table. We're not saying this is what you need to do in your community. There's things that are happening already at the community level. There's an emerging program in the lodge. How can this committee support that? We have to build a relationship with leaders, community people. We have lots of social things going on in the community. There are challenges. Funding. We talked about that at our last meeting. What kind of funding is available for us to move this agenda forward? So basically, I think, we're talking about our next meeting. And I talked to a couple of people that I know here. Valerie Wood, haven't seen her for a long time. And Mariah, and some people that I know here. Sorry if I forget your name. I know some faces, so not from Facebook. But anyway, to get together, to talk about it. Virtual meetings, we can use like that too. And I want to touch bases with people. And we're going to go home and we're going to set up another meeting. And I'd like to invite some people to be part of it. We had a virtual meeting. The plan was to meet somewhere in northern Saskatchewan. And far north was part of the discussion too. How do we include people to be part of that committee? So community leaders that are advocates of the language in your community. We're strong together, right? People come together, we're strong. But when we get together, we're stronger, right? That's the plan. It's like, think about how can I be involved in something like this? There's lots of people that out there. I know that people need help. But, the connection through the school, I've been involved with curriculum development in when I was working in Northern High School Division. We created a document for Northern Lifestyles, grade 10, 11, and 12. And we wanted to connect kindergarten to grade 9, part of the plan too. So we can create our own curriculum too. If there's curriculum out there, we can use it too. But we have to involve our elders, community resources that have knowledge. How do we implement strategies in the school, at the home, in the community, on the land? There's a lot of resources out there. How do we tap into that? So I think, we can move forward. If we host another, I say we, because we're all together. Maybe a strategy committee, people get together, sit down, create some sort of plan. So we lead with something here. It could be on paper, it could be through media, get the word around, get the message out there. So that'll be, if we have a committee already, that's a good start. We can build on it. I know, we have, back then, when I was going to Cindy, now we was talk about getting together, working together. And Charlotte, Alberta, I have family members over there too. We're just right across the border, 2-3 hours from the lodge to Charlotte, Alberta on the winter road. We can work together. Nothing's stopping us. We can do it. I know we can. Want to keep working. I'm almost ready to retire. I'm not going to retire from helping retain your language. So I think, I will try to get some message out there to people that I have contact with, and then maybe, people that are coordinating this event, we can connect together and then talk about it. More people involved, the message is going to get out there. So I'm glad to be here. Hopefully next time we come back here, we have some sort of plan that we can work together. Yeah. Merci, Ernesto.
Merci, Joe. Julius Park, it's interesting, Bonnery, sa question, sana za Johnny Totina STI. Totina and Tiana za Joe, right? Anybody ever had that? You got made fun of for you spoke English when I was a kid. Now it's the opposite. It's funny, the mentality, how it shifts. The language shifts, the mentality shifts, where if you learn, I don't know if it's like that in the Cree communities, if you learn English, you're going to go farther. Is that the attitude, kind of? Hey? Hey? That's, I've heard that quite a bit too. So how do we change that mentality, How do we, just like Julia said, how do we keep the momentum going? How do we change the mentality to saying, okay, my language, this is who I am, that's where I come from, right? Where do you come from? What's the name in your, or the Cree name of your community, right? Tintelas to it. That's where I come from. Just like Stanley shared, So all that good stuff. Thank you. We'll get started. We're pretty much on track anyway. So thank you, Julius. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, the gift of language and culture from Onion Lake Cree Nation, Donna McDonald. Let's give her a big round of applause here. Are you related to Emery Burning Grass? Donald McDonald? Oh, someone said, I was in River Cree, the gift shop, said, oh, I heard your voice. They thought I was Emery Burning Grass. So I guess I have this deep monotone voice too, eh? So I was like, oh man, I know. I shied away.
I guess we'll start on that. Well, I am Emery Burning Grass's aunt. Well, Gabby's, he's my big sis, and he's my son. He's my older sister's son. Hinganit ko nga nasto man. I'm grateful. Kapit yan ita. Obisigos ko sigason mi tega susagay ganun niya. My name is Universe Woman. I'm from the Onion Lake Cree Nation. My English name is Donna McDonald. I've been an educator. I graduated from the ITEC program in 2005, and I've been an educator at the Onion Lake Cree Immersion School since. I've held many jobs, and I've met, I believe it was Julius, I did meet you when I was working with the Metal Tribal Council as a language catalyst or language support. So I did meet some people. When you mentioned Valerie Wood, I looked for her. Valerie, where are you? I met you at Sylvie. And then of course my sister, Jessie Sylvester, Miss. So I do know a lot of people, Matilda, Kevin. I just met their sister, Matilda's daughter, Valeria. And then I met you somewhere before. Char, they called her there. And oh, my niece from Frog Lake. But yeah, there's a lot of people that I know here. But besides that, let's move on. Okay, so I'm a fluent Cree, Plains Cree, First Nation woman, and as Willis mentioned, that switch from it becomes natural. And I can speak fluent Cree, and then I could switch out and I could switch into English. And now I'm beginning to learn and understand Dene, because my partner is from, I should say, Bancheri Utse. Right? Right? So I do understand some, so I can catch words here and there, catch words and I know what you're talking about. So can't get past me. Just kidding. You probably could. Okay, so we'll start. I've been employed with the Gift of Language and Culture program since August of last year. I came back after a little short stint in Saskatoon with the Wagutu in school, that's a bilingual school, and then with the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Center. So now I'm back home in Onion Lake, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the history of how the Gift of Language came to be. So we take us to Siosagaigan in 1990. There were language specialists, warriors, educators were put together to create teaching resources and materials for pre-language programs in the early 1990s. So involved in that was my brother in Stesawa, Brian. A lot of you may know him with his music. So Brian was one of those that planted that seed that we needed these language programs, the Cree language program. Along with Brian were educators like Mrs. Sharon Jimmy, Mr. Ralph Chief, Mr. Hunt Chokin, and the late Miss Lorna Waskevich worked in that office as well. They had a little office, excuse me, in the Onion Lake Cree Nation Administration Building. The band office, they had a little tiny office in there, and I remember that. And I was just maybe a new high school graduate. I remember that going in there and I was thinking, wow, this is cool. And then, so from then, I left for university and did all sorts of good stuff. While this crew was back home dreaming of a Cree immersion school. My brother had been working on that for years, and he always wanted to open a school in that sense. In the late 1990s, I was actually out in, I can't remember where else, but anyway, in the late 1990s, they opened a learning center, and they called it the Sagewiskam Learning Center. Sagewiskam meaning coming through, breaking through. So these words have really meaningful names. So they opened it in the center of Onion Lake. The Gihewetson School and the resource department had a space in there, and they had grades pre-kindergarten to grade 3 that were housed in portables in that area. So they had portable classrooms in trailers. And I remember coming home, and I was an executive assistant at the time. Coming home, and then my brother comes to me and he says, I need a sub. And here I'm like, I'm filing. And then he's like, come, I need your help. And he was in Cree, right? So I thought, okay, I'll go check it out. So I went to the school, I got classrooms, and you know what? I fell in love with teaching my language. I fell in love with the children, and that's when I decided I want to be a teacher. So then, this school was a small school. I think they had maybe about 10 to 15 students in each classroom. So about 40 to 50 children were involved in the first opening of the Cree Immersion School. And that's what they called it, the Cree Immersion School. They didn't have a name for the school. So, and it was all in portables. So in 2003, so that lasted about 5-6 years. In 2003, the Gift of Language and Culture project came to be. There were communities that decided, well, hey, we all need this language revitalization. So the Onion Lake Cree Nation, Black Laurentian Band, Peter Valentine Cree Nation, and the Prince Albert Grand Council came together. And they created this group, the Gift of Language and Culture project. So that was in 2003. And then moving on, they had the languages, the Plains Cree, Woodland Cree, Nagawinawa, the Siouan, and the Dene language groups were on board. We had a few language centers of excellence in mind. And that was a big thing, a language center of excellence. And I was like, when I was going through all of this history, because I had to go through all this history to get this PowerPoint together. This group of language warriors created a stirring and worked for years on the creation of these language centers and they ran into many roadblocks. Funding, these people that thought we need our children in English programs, that didn't believe. But there was a lot of us that still believed, and so it continued. The trio of communities, along with the Northern Lights School Division, New Paths for Education, the Ministry of Education, invested into this venture, and thus they began their long trek forward. So this was in 2003. I was in university at the time, so I really didn't know what was going on in my reserve, but I did hear about the gift of language because I'd come home and that's where my summer job was. That's where my money came from. The gift of language, in 2006, the gift of language became the gift of language. And these communities were all breaking away now because of funds, because of different wants, needs. So in 2006, the school building became, my nation decided they were going to invest into this Cree immersion school. So they built the Kehewatson School, that's what stands now. So Anilay Cree Nation funded that school and plus the gift of language, where I am employed now. So there's some pictures that I found in archives of the people that are employed at the Kehewatson School and the gift of language. The staff grew to 4 curriculum developers, 8 resource developers, and 4 IT specialists, and a council of elders. So all of these people came together, and that council of elders was not only elders, because when I looked through it, there were young people in it, the knowledge keepers, and that's what we call them. So knowledge keepers are very important. There was somebody who mentioned that earlier, that knowledge keepers, we need them, especially from our community. Because in my community, and I'm sad to say, we don't have fish in our lake. We don't have fish in our lake. And so our lake is a little, that's a was. That's a little, it's a slough, it's a pond. It's not a lake. So with our community, we have to teach differently. We can't take Laranja's community and bring it into our community and then start teaching about lakes and fish and what grows around the lake, or even Mr. Skawai said their curriculum guide, which is island lakes, because they have that too. Their vegetation is different. So we need to look at our communities and build our curriculum guides from there. Okay, so Kehewatson Pre-Immersion School opened its doors in 2006 to approximately 200 students. So it's grew from 50 students in the late 90s to about approximately 200 students in 2006. And it was still pre-kindergarten to grade 3. We had 2 classrooms of each grade level throughout the school. The gift of language resources, education, administration, adult 12 and inclusive education, along with the occupational therapist and accreditation dental, hold space in offices in the same building. So you see at the bottom here, that is our school, and we're surrounded by Ispatnawa, hills, and there's a Gatawas there too, there's a little pond. So we teach about that. We teach about the Ispatnawa, the hill that we climb. What grows there? So everything that you have on hand, on the land that you are on, is where the teachings are. And it's always, Dr. Lewis mentioned, and so did his mother, mentioned the protocol, and it is protocol. That's a lot of giving thanks. Use the use of protocol when you give thanks as we bring our children through, as we teach them on our land. So now we're going to talk a little bit about content, but it's actually a lot. Okay, so I'm going to show you what I have on my desk. This is things on my desk, from my desk. So on a daily, I'm going through these. Right now I'm looking for a novel study to build for grade 4. So I looked through these kind of books. These are English books. I could actually just, try and write books, but it's not me. So I looked through these. This is Spirit Animals, Meanings and Stories by William Arthurson. So I looked through trying to find something that I could translate into my language that our grade 4 students will understand and be able to read and be able to write a report on or answer questions on. So there's these things that are on my desk. There's another cute one, and I'll show you. So I get free books from McDonald's. Who got free books from McDonald's? Awesome, eh? With the Happy Meals, you get these. So I had that. So I'm looking through books right now. So this is a day in the life of Donna McDonald. You'll see me write that on Facebook too. The day in the life of Donna McDonald. This is what they started with. So these are books that they've created, the resources. So this one is about a tawagami. It's about a store. So what you find in a store. So you see they're bound with plastic. These are really old. These are one of the first books they created. And you'd see the rough draft or the rough drawings, and but this is what they had. Printed on soft 8.5 by 11, cut into this form, laminated, and then bound with a plastic binder. So this is another one. This is one of the first. This is Masinpaiwan, Masnaigan. This is a Pictionary. So you open it up, and you have everything that you would find at the hairdressers. So you have everything you find there, identification of each part of the picture. Here's a picture of a classroom. Everything that you find in a classroom is identified in here. So this is a lot of work that gone into these resources, and they're still being used. They're still being used. Here's a teacher's plan and record book. This one was not used yet. I just took it from my developer's desk. This is what I'm working on right now. I'm updating the curriculum guide for grade 2. I'm updating it with outcomes, indicators. I'm updating resources. I'm actually recording myself on Lumio as I read through these resources. This is a textbook. It's a workbook for Tagalog for the fall time. So I'm reading everything on there and putting it on Lumio. So it's a lot of work. Here's another one. Nugum omastisina. Rama shoes. And that one's on Lumio too, on my desktop at work. So we do have resource catalogs, but I didn't bring anything to give away because right now, so our main focus right now is on the Ihilwatsan pre-immersion school. And we're always open to visitors. I've never said no to any visitors, so they can come and visit, come look at my stuff on my desk or anybody's desk. But we can't really let anything leave right now because of the updates that we're doing. So just to let you know that. So the Ihilwatsan curriculum content, and my brother Brian, Mr. McDonald, had always said, when you're creating curriculum or teaching in your classroom, teach with the seasons. You can't teach about summer right now. What do you see outside? Una, snow, yes. It's out. Picking it up. Yeah, is it cold outside? But anyway, so we teach with the seasons. So things that are happening outside, that's how we teach. Okay, and this creates the less need for paper resources when you use your outdoor classroom. That's what it is. So plan through the seasons, with the seasons, okay? You cover, and you hear what son covers all subject areas as per SAS learning. But they're always open to adaptive dimension. Okay, so adaptive dimension meaning, what is happening in your community that you'd like to teach alongside math? Okay, well, right now they are measuring out the new building they're building. They're building a new building for early years education. Let's go and see how many times we have to step to get the measurement. How big is it? How many steps is it? So we do that. Let's go and see how wide those swings are. Let's go walk. So we go and walk and we count. So then we end up, we draw a swing set, how many steps we took. Okay, so math is involved, language is involved, physical activity is involved, health is involved. We discuss, why is it important to walk? I'm gonna take down a step now, let's walk up the hill. Let's count how many steps we can take, So it's all, everything is in there. All curriculum, all the areas are covered when you teach, especially outside. Our guides are designed with our community's culture, traditions, environment, needs, wants, and other factors that will foster positive identity and outlook for our children. So even if you were to take Onion Lake's guide, you would be able to use it as a guide, but incorporating your own community's wants, needs, traditions, cultures, or any curriculum guide can be used for that. Always while developing curriculum, we involve our community elders, our parents, and knowledge keepers. They always have their input. Okay, so we have this an elders council. So I call them in at least every 2 months, and we discuss what is going into the curriculum guide, where they would come and help, where they would assist, even in our schools. We have this list going of every knowledge keeper, elder, and their strengths. Their strengths are identified in this list. So if a teacher comes to me and says, I need somebody that's going to assist in trapping or identifying traps. And so I'll say, okay, trapping. And I'll look through my list and I can identify, right now I can think of 4. 4 men and 3 men and 1 woman that would be able to assist in that. So I would just call the teacher back and say, okay, so I got these people. I'll email you phone numbers. And I'm like, okay, fine. So that's what we do at the Gift of Language. We assist our teachers. It's a big support. Because while we're creating curriculum, while we're creating resources, we're going out to support our educators in our language programs. Not only the Korean immersion program, but in the core language programs in the other schools as well. Okay, so Onion Lake has 5 schools. So sometimes we make miles. We make miles when we go to the other end of the reserve. It's like half an hour away. So curriculum and resources for our community is made by our community. Okay? So But then I always say, but other people can use it, yeah. And we can use other communities' curriculum as well. And we just switch it up. We just switch out what we can't use, like what we when Julius, when he talked about that northern living, northern lifestyle curriculum, we actually have that in our office. But a lot of those we can't use because we, but we do use a lot of it, right? So we just switch out what we need, we take what we need, and we move forward. So this was me when I taught in grade 2. It's my little guys, they're all like 21, 22 now. Yeah. This is, somebody asked me this morning, where did you get this? And I said, my little girls, this one, made this. She had a son 5 or 6 years ago, 5 years ago. He's gonna be 6 now this year. And she needed help in buying a car seat. So I said, yeah, I'll buy it off you. So I did. So that was 5 years ago. So yeah, they're pretty old, my kids. So now I say I have probably about 1,000 kids. Because as a teacher, as an educator, I'm also a parent to them. So land-based experiences, very important. And I've talked about land-based experiences already. With our traditions, land-based experiences and lifestyle are very important and create an abundance of teachable moments. Even though if we don't have a curriculum, like my mom never had a curriculum, my grandma didn't have a curriculum, but man, did I learn a lot from them. So the only thing that our administration a lot of time want is the assessment or the data, so they can measure for the next year's funding, right? And that's the thing. So just gonna leave it at that. So seasonal camps are planned out for all grade levels in our community. Okay, so every grade level has a different plan, or I guess divisions have different plans. I've always been in an elementary school, so this is one of our elementary school. I should have actually made that a full, because here you see lots of activity happening. They're making bannock right here, they're hanging moose meat right here, they're mixing another bannock over here. All the kids are busy. All the kids are busy. Here I have 3 little girls crushing choke cherries with me. Right, we're preparing for the fall. And we have our young men here, our young guys, they're archery, because we do have archery as well. We don't make our bows. We have all these archery sets, so, but we do go and pick the choke cherries. We go and find the rocks, we bring them, and then we use everything that we need, and it's all from the land. When we pick a rock that we're going to use for crushing choke cherries, yeah, we leave our protocol. When we pick our berries that we're going to preserve for the winter, yes, we leave protocol. So it's very, very important. Protocol is important. Land-based experiences. Seasonal camps are held with schools and all grade levels. So you'll see these ones are older grade. They're again, so this is a winter camp, and this is a fall camp again. They do have, they're cutting dried meat. So that's an EA with some students. They're cutting dried meat to dry. So at the Kehewatson School, we take our culture and our ceremony and we incorporate it as much as we can into our school. Okay. Every day, nimiyaga samanan, dati gisigaw, we smudge. Dati gisigaw every day, gabi sumuna, nilanas kumuna, dati gisigaw. We say our prayer, we give our thanks every day. Okay, for coming to school, for waking up, for being able to open our eyes, for walking, for being able to dance, to be able to hear the drum. So in these 2 pictures here, we have some visitors. They came to showcase their dancing. They're 2 fancy dancers. Okay, so this was following a morning smudge and a prayer circle. So we have that on a daily basis. That's what they do in school. And then they sing, and then they dance. So this is one of our morning smudge and singing and dancing sessions. So you see how many children we have. They sit right around the gym. You see all of them. There's about 100 and I'm gonna say 190 students there right now. And we work, I'm employed to get the language, I don't no longer teach in a classroom. But we work with a lot of these students. Let me check the time. Okay, so as in any program, our struggles. And a lot of the struggles that we face are employing speakers. Like, because speakers, if you're fluent in your language, and especially an educator, you're in high demand. Very high demand. Everybody wants you. They need you. Communities need you. So it's difficult sometimes to find educators that are fluent in the language, that can read it, that can write it, that can teach the reading and writing aspect of it. So that's a struggle. This is another struggle, creating a diagnostic assessment that is user-friendly. A lot of times our teachers are so busy, they're so overworked, and in the end, we still have to do a diagnostic assessment that is not user-friendly. So we need to create. So that's what we're doing right now. We're gonna get on that. Transition year teachers. So our transition year would be from grades 4 to 5. So we do have a curriculum guide, and they need to follow that. And not worry about the scores in the English language arts in grade 5. So a lot of times it's like, oh, they're not even meeting the scores, and you know what, we taught them in our language for about 4 years, 5 years. They can't just switch like that. They need to be fostered. Creating quality material and resources require time and money. It's a lot of time and money. Like as I said, sometimes I'm sitting during lunch hour and reading these things, trying to figure out, will this work? Putting in my words, thinking, oh, it's going to be hard to understand, so I scrap it. So then I move to a different one. So those are a few of the struggles, just a few. I'm not going to name just the tiny ones. Those ones we just kind of push aside. So, but there's a lot of positives. There's a lot of positives. We communicate with our children in our language. Both of my children went to pre-immersion school, and they understand. We won't speak. We speak up, sis, but they understand. Moving forward with our traditions and culture, we keep those alive because we do it every day at school, and it's normal. It's normal now. Mera-sama, mera-sama. It's normal. It's just every day. Creating a positive, safe learning environment for all. That's a positive. It's awesome. The building I go into is like so warm, and everybody's like, hey, Johnson. We start talking. It's awesome. It's like home. Adult learners' interest peaks. Okay, so we have adult learners in our school. Even there's some, that are at the different schools, teachers, and then they hear the language and they're like, I want to learn. So they have their interest peak. Even parents, because their kids come home speaking the language, and the parents are like, I want to speak this. They're teaching us at home, So now we really need to push for these evening programs. Elders' involvement with our young parents and families. The elders are more involved because they're trying to be the vehicle, speaking that language now. They're speaking it. using strategies with our young adults and seeing the excitement in their eyes. Because when you're speaking, you see that excitement that they understand, right? They have this spark. Creating a yearning for more language. So there's a lot that phone me or text me, message me through Facebook and ask me, how do you say so-and-so? How do you spell this? Can you write this out in syllables? I want to get a tattoo of this name or this word in syllables. Can you write it out for me? So it's a lot of that. And I'm really, yeah. And it's like good though, right? Forever. We want every word tattooed on their arm. Forever. So, and then I tell them to what it says, what it means. I speak, I'll send the audio. Oh, thank you. I didn't want to say that, but thank you. So the list goes on, and it's a lot of our young people, and somebody mentioned earlier, we need to get those young people, we need to put that want, that yearn into them. And we need to make it where it's gonna look like just awesome when you speak. So a lot of times I look at saying, just young people that are speaking, and then I think if everybody could speak and be able to converse in that language, you know, and it's one of my wants, one of my dreams, and I think about it, and then I think, okay, who can I bring in? Maybe I should give a crash course to Ashley Collingwood, you know, use somebody like that and get them speaking. But that's another one of my aims. So moving forward, we've got so many things on the go in my nation. And I'm so grateful to have the administrators that I have. I got Ogimau, I got Oniganiwa, the chief and council, just, you know, that stand by us as we continue in our language quest here. I'm grateful for that. So our strategic planning will be taking place in February. You know, it's a big work. So we will have some more plans to work with, which is good. I'm always up for that. We're continuing to update our curriculum guide and resources. So it's a lot of work. We're very busy in the office. Creating core language curriculum on treaty business ventures, especially if we have a big oil and gas in our nation. You know, we need to keep up to date. So now we're putting that into our science, our social studies, our economics. So we're doing all that treaties, the changes in treaty, and a lot of, you know, like my kids ask me, Mom, how come we're not getting cousin clubs? I said, oh, it's under negotiation. So then they ask why, so we talk about that. So those things need to be put into our guides as well, because it's big. Even the SAG-D plant that we have just north of Onion Lake, what does that mean? What does it mean? Steam activity. What's going to happen with the environment? You know, there's so many things, there's so many questions, so many things that we need educating on for ourselves. So all the business ventures that are happening in Lake, the early years education center that's big coming up, our brand new occupational therapists that are all over, the sensory rooms that we have, our new big autism drive, our inclusive education. So there's so many things that are happening, and it's all, and then they want the language in those programs. So we're bringing language, we're making words for sensory pathways, we're making words for safe sensory rooms. So we're creating all of this. So it's a lot of work, and we're very busy.
We do actually, that was piloted in 2019, have a new early years guide, a curriculum guide. It was piloted in 2019 and then COVID hit and then it kind of just stopped. Okay, so now it's back on again. So we're taking that early years guide and we're building on it. So early years meaning pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, grade 1, 2. So we're going to build on that. Creating experiences that holds our language, our Cree language first and foremost. So we're creating experiences. You know, sometimes we have to create these experiences. One big thing that's on our table is indigenizing the SAS curriculum. We need more of us in that curriculum. We need more input. Bridging gaps between our schools. Because as you heard me earlier I said, Emily has 5 schools. 5. We need to bridge those gaps. And it's all just communication. So bridging gaps between our schools. So that's what we have a lot. And I know it seems like a lot of hard work, but you know what? If it's in your heart, give it. Bring it. Let's do it. Because, and as a community, as communities, I'm so glad to see a lot of people here. As communities, we can move forward. Let's keep working at it. And sometimes if the job seems too big, create small jobs. And that big job is going to be shared. Small jobs and everybody will work together, move forward. But anyway, I believe, yeah, we have a few minutes for questions. Questions, comments. I enjoy comments, questions. You want to come up and ask so everybody can hear you? Don't be scared.
Okay. What I'd like to know, as a parent, my kid is gone Monday and Friday. They're in school. She leaves at 7:30. I don't see her till 4. When she gets home at 4, she's exhausted from the white man education all day long. She has very limited attention span to teaching language. And we did try. We speak back and forth with basics a day, but I'm not fluent, and I can only do her so much. So what kind of tips would you suggest for a parent like you that would like to teach my daughter more?
Okay, so the more you speak, even when you're driving, even when you're having to, if you're even maybe have a half hour of preparing your supper with her, cooking supper, preparing supper, setting the table, just be speaking and setting the table, preparing her supper, even preparing her lunch at night. Just use the language as much as you can in those times that you have, or even bath time, or well, she's big, right? She's old. And when she's combing her hair and say, you know, maybe find a word for hair, or for brush, comb, you know, towel. So you need a towel. Ask her, did you wash your bedding this weekend? You know, because I do that to my girl. Ano Maria ago, eksipin and sige tago pa. You know, I asked her to feel aside, you know, already. So just asking those questions around eksipin and sige tago, do you wash your clothes? Do you need shampoo? You know, whatever. Just those questions, and I will continue with those questions, or even speaking as I'm baking, because yeah, my daughter is 18. She doesn't want to be by me anymore. So I still, you know, create some of those times, experiences, teachable moments.
We use the Dene app, and we also, if I can't remember how to say things, I'll look it up, or else I'll follow up with somebody that can speak. And sometimes using the app, she'll go on and she'll say something to me, I'm like, what are you talking about? And then she'll replay it on the app, I'm like, okay, so she's not quite saying it right?
Yeah.
Once the app is used, I'm like, okay, I get what you're saying. So we do use the tools that we have, but it's just, I don't see evenings and select weekends as my daughter ever being fully fluid.
Yeah,
But at the same time, I'd rather her know all of it.
Yeah. Even that understanding of it, right? Because once you understand it, it's ingrained into your brain. And then when you understand some words, it grows as you listen. It grows. So yeah, that's good on you. Keep at it. Keep at it.
Just a comment, what worked really well for me is when I phoned my son. You always give him a call at least once a day or twice a week. Start out with Denny or Denny, tell them that's here, we call. When they're sitting in the workplace, people will start thinking, do you understand and talk your language? Because every time you talk to them in Denny, in the phone call, you add that extra word, you keep adding. After a while, you get 1 minute, 2 minutes conversation of how your days look, and you don't understand, and they answer it, and those are simple little things that you can measure. It's here, those types of things.
And that's a lot with my son and I, because my son is 23. He and I text back and forth in Cree. So he's a good writer. Sometimes he may misspell, but he's pretty good at it. And they both went to school in the Kihiwatsan Cree Original School. So they're pretty fluent, and especially writing. Go figure. Uh-huh.
Okay, listen, that's okay. You're learning. At least you've got one word, Nida, Niji, Koziga, Kanto, Sekibadi Kebazi, not sorry, Hakuro, sometimes with that, you did mention on the part where the early adult learners interest peak. That area where I try to sometimes get the staff I work with to it's like you're thirsty for hunger for a special food, like you're in a rest, you really want to go back to the city. I'm really thirsty for restaurant food or fries. Thirst and language like that, I tell them, right? And the adults, when it sounded so fun with your school where you said you're getting the staff room or you're all talking downstairs, Kailas, up there and Mitchell, and then we all laugh and giggle, right? So I'm going in the staff room, I'm saying, no one hears me, so no one finds it amusing, and it's okay. I'm sad, but it's okay. Someone pick up Yazi. They say Yazi, little bit, upstairs. So therefore, it is a bit challenging in all areas, in all departments, in all the grade levels, the educators, high school, elementary, junior high. And then I try to work through my best in making adjustments and to have a lot of patience in teaching them as well. Yeah. And then I teach syllabics. And that's where they're called, that do that is other. So it's enemy. That do that is the other. So but in this, some Bashan, some that have. I'm just kidding. It's a protocol, right? But So that's where I'm at. I'm the English instructor, K to 12. It's the experience. I feel that pride when a kid would say, "Nanite, teacher, Jesus tile, siti, kunen, teacher, kusika, I'll show you my work," like that. Yes, so. And then, say, "Sitting there, like, Misty, you can go to sleep, right? Cool. Sitting there, they like that part. Sitting there. Cool. Nasto. Do nasta. Nasto. Kato. Chesty. Kato. Say, Queen Honatana, Queen and Nasta. Go back to school now. Like that. Anyway. That's it, Joey.
Thank you, Donna. I was really impressed with Onion Lake. In 2007, I took a field trip to Onion Lake School because I knew that they had an immersion school. And the lady that was working there, Irene, her name was Irene Carter. Anyway, she was showing me what they were doing. And she said that they had immersion up to grade 3, where they speak nothing but their language and teach their language to the kids. And not only that, they were doing curriculum. And they had these, these textbooks you get from school, grade 1, 2, and 3, like math and McNally. They had that all translated to Cree. And I was so impressed with what they were doing. And they were showing me around, and they had their little curriculum books. And it wasn't a Fotine on there, it was a brown kid. It wasn't a white kid on there. And it wasn't any white adults, they were all a na, the picture of a na there. And those were the things that the kids were seeing, was that pictures of a na, like actually saw Dick and Jane and Spot, and that's who we saw when we were kids. And anyway, she was talking about her brother. He sings, and Blue Quilts took some of his songs and translated those songs. They sing those songs, and when you're teaching, like normally we teach about our relations. Hello, Tine. And Yanisi, we used to say a ne for mom and say ta. We never said Charlie. I mean, I would be kicked out of the house. I called my dad Charlie. and we had names for even our siblings, Sare. Well, I have a Sare here, and I'm definitely not the boss. Sorry, I don't dare speak, like contrary to what she says. And so that's the way we are with New Hello, and we have names for all of these. Well, anyway, they had a song about these, about New Hello, So I had to learn this song, but I translated it to Denesutine. And then they recorded me. So Blue Quilts has a recording of me singing a song about New Hello, Tine. And they made a cartoon. They made a cartoon on the video, on a little show for kids. And here in the background, I'm singing that New Hello, Tine song. So. Yeah, so anyway, songs, it's important to make our own songs. no hello Kine. And what she's doing, what all these people are saying is that Nuni, we have the knowledge and we can make a difference in our own language, in our own community. Nuni, Khare. If anybody's going to be saving any languages, Nuni, we have to do it ourselves. And that's Kobe-Nissen. Nahishkan ho. He wants me to sing a song for him. And I think the songs that he sang was like sexy, 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 because sexy, 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 never tongue.
I bet you she sang about your grandpa. I heard that song before. But I agree. But anyway, any other questions, comments?
There's something I have to share. Hello, everyone. My name is Charles Majas. I'm one of the counselors here with Cold Lake First Nations Electric Way. You know, it's something I've been sitting here listening, and I just thought I should come up here and share this because it's important to me to. I guess this would be the spot to kind of share it, and a lot of you might know my grandmother Melanie Machavis here. She was a great elder to this nation. One of the things that she brought to my attention one time when I got elected into council, she sat me down and she called me to her place to talk to me about, about getting into leadership. One of the things she mentioned to me was she talked about residential school and what the traumas that she went through. She didn't really get into any details, but I think what she was trying to get at is where the impacts impacted her life and the obstacles she had to go through in life to end up to where she was at. Like, she would tell me stories about, like, it was like when she was in residential school, she was forced to speak in English. But when she went home, she had to speak in her own language. It was, it's kind of like how she said if you said things like, it was you would get a licking. That's what she would say. She said you had to speak in your own language at home. And she was caught between two worlds, and it was impacting her life. And so what she was telling me was that she said to me, you sit in a place where you can make these changes. But one of the things she said to me was our identity as people. So one thing she spoke about was she was saying that it's hard to teach Dene to your community when you don't know who you are first. So you have to know who you are first before you can take the language and take it in. So she was sitting on the other side of the table in her wheelchair, and she came around the table like this, and she poked me like this, and she said, "You're Hlua Choktoe. That's who you are. That's where you start. The Dene is in you. You need to get that back." So she said, "You're not Cold Lake First Nations." She said, "I don't know where that came from, but that's not who you are." So even when I take that and I want to try and implement that throughout our nation. And I think that's where we need to start as people. We wonder why our people are lost in drugs, alcohol. What happened? And I think that's what she was trying to tell me, because she passed away 6 months later. And I think she was trying to get that point across to me that we need to start there. And I even asked my mother, my own mom, I said, what's the true identity of Frog Lake? And, you know, I look at all these other nations, like, for example, Minnesota, Tsuutene, Musqueam. They used to be different names. Like, you look at Tsuutene, it used to be Sarsi. You look at Hobima, like, they went back to use their Cree language. And we shouldn't be curbing to the English to identify who we are as people. We need to get that back. That's how I feel. So even here on our nation, we have a lot of, like, I'm half Cree and I'm half Dene, because my mom's Cree from Frog Lake and I'm Dene from here. I was raised Dene, but I think that's something we need to implement is trying to immerse both within our communities, like you were saying earlier, you know, there's Cree on our nation, and we need to meet that, you know, where we give the children a fair option to learn their languages, because they could be both, you know, and I think we need to come together like that. But thank you. I'll see.
I see. I just wanted to add some comments, listening to Travis's comments. And so, for those of you who don't know me, I know there's a lot of relatives, visitors in the audience today. See Valerie Wood, who shared the John Short Towards the Dynasty. And I'm originally from this community. I'm married into Saddle Lake, and that's where my home is. But I was been very involved with language work. I was one who initiated things back in 2000 with the Darida Project. So when I came home, because I had been away for a number of years, and when I came home, after we successfully acquired a large research grant, I worked with professors from the University of Alberta, and my community, Nick Joe, I wasn't readily welcomed home. People looked at me, and some of the comments people made was like, who does she think she is? What is she going to teach us here? But nonetheless, people weren't really, of course they didn't know where I had been, but I had been studying linguistics at university. And I was coming home because I wanted to breathe life back into our language. And I ran into a lot of things that it was like, it hurt me to see. And listening to the different stories today, it touched on a number of those issues. One of them was, I was sharing briefly with Willis. One of them was when I came back in our center over here, where they hold a lot of the wakes. There used to be a poster there And on the poster, it said, no smudging, no drumming, none of those kind of things to be allowed in the community. And they had gotten the elders of the community to sign that paper. There's probably about 30 names on that list, and it used to be posted in that building. And it really hurt me, but I know also that I can come home and start telling people what to do. I have to be respectful. And I was much younger then, so even within my own family. So when Travis was talking, he was mentioning about, kind of making some of these changes. You're not calling First Nation, you're Wet'suwet'en, those kinds of things. And it reminded me that when I came home at that time, most of the community members were self-identifying themselves as Chippewan. So this is how far we came in this 20 years. Because today, I don't think you really hear that word too much here anymore. And this was like, I had to educate my own, like my mother. That was a really, really hard thing to do, is to say, I don't agree with that anymore, Mom. This is the reason why. And, and then eventually her too, she started to use the different, saying Dennis. So little by little, and it's what we believe. It's what we have here and what we believe is possible. I've been involved, many of you from this community know, I've tirelessly worked at teaching the language. There's many days I didn't feel like doing it. All through COVID, I was on Zoom twice a week. A lot of times I would have rather gone did something else on those evenings. But I always wanted to set the example that talk is no good in itself. If you're not willing to live it, if you're not willing to breathe it every day of your life, don't be out there scolding anybody. That's what I come to believe. So I think that's the message that I want to, convey, is that it starts with what we believe in. And, we have to work together. We work together, all these communities that have been presenting here, like even listening to Donna. I worked in Onion Lake too. I wasn't working on teaching language at that time, but I remember being so fascinated and impressed by, because I worked in the same building where they had the resource development. That's probably maybe where I met you first. And so they believed in it. That community believed it was possible. That's how they made it happen. Willis, he believed in that, making that podcast work. I know I listened to a lot of the recordings of that, and I think you're doing a tremendous job of promoting that language use. So you have to ask yourself, what do I really believe? I believed also for that drum to come home, and I was instrumental. Mary Jane Sayusi helped me when we first invited an elder from Black Lake to make us drums here back then as well. And this is where we've come today when I come in the venue and listen to the drummers, like it warms my heart. And I really appreciated the teachings from our relative there from northwestern Alberta, Masicho. Hi, Valerie. Mistakes, Instead of Nasco Dinaga, hi, Masicho. This is what I mentioned. You see all of them, you see a big mess they created. You know what? 10 minutes. We're out of there, right? So always remember that environmental footprint. Environmental footprint. I know.
Masicho. Hi, you asked him. Masi. So I know we had a question, we can save it for later on this. We are on break right now, so please be mindful when you're sharing or asking a question. We're cutting into time ahead to it. I know we all want to share and in this moment, something we're triggered, right? Because this is a space we need, we all need a space to share this stuff. So, but please be mindful, we do have a question and comment section after. You can have a break. I believe we got about 5 Centers, I'm gonna, I don't know how to say blue quills in Cree, so I'm gonna leave it up to her. But ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Marilyn Shirt here, Dr. Marilyn Shirt. She is a dean at Blue Quills, and she's gonna be presenting here. So let's give her a warm welcome. Masi Cho. It is cold out there. She came in so cold, and but she made it with me. Masi.
I don't like mics. So I feel really awkward with them, and I don't know if you can hear me, so I have such a low voice as well. I'm Scott now, and Lanite, and I'd like to first thank Creator for giving us this day and for the opportunity to sit together and to talk about language revitalization, in particular for Dennis Soufflinet. My name is Marilyn Shirt, and I'm from Saddle Lake, and I want to talk a little bit about how the language program developed, at least from when I started at Blue Quills, and also how the Dene program started, and the thinking behind all of that, and some of the challenges that we've had. So for all of Indigenous languages, I think at the time when I started in 2009, there was very little support in terms of finances and people wanting to learn to speak the language. That people, there's few and far between. And when I started, we had the year before I started the Bachelor of Arts in Cree, there was only 3 students. And so it was me thinking, how do we encourage students to come to school? And how do we and part of the issue is funding. So part of the reason for starting that BA was to assist students who wanted to learn how to speak Cree, people who wanted to learn how to speak Cree, to find funding. And funders in the reserves were more likely to fund a BA than they would be a certificate or a diploma. And then also trying to engage people in looking towards how they could use that, so the 3-year BA was to then be married to an after degree, an educational after degree. So in 2011, I think it was that was when we started the BA in Nehele, and I presented it to the board, and I presented it with the intent of, we do a BA, at some point we do the Dene, and then we do a master's at the same time. So the master's primarily is because we needed, at the college level, people who had that credential to be able to teach. And fortunately, I had Wayne Jackson and Kevin Lewis who said, yes, if you do that, then we will come. I'm gonna give myself a little height and sit on my cold foot. I want to say that, when I presented it to the board and they said, yeah, go ahead, I was really, really surprised, because it was like one of those things. I think that if you're going to start a language program, you almost have to just go ahead and do it. You can't wait for the right moment or the right people or the right things or the right money, because you might never ever start. You have to start when you have that strong desire. And you also have to have drivers. You have to have people who are passionate, who are willing to, to put in the hard work and to be there, because there's not a lot of money out there, and there's not always the support that you want or need. So you really have to have the passion to do it. So I would like to credit Alex Janvey, for part of our push towards, and Blue Quills' motivation for and commitment, I guess, to having the Dene program. He would come and visit, and he would say, "What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing for the Dene?" And I think he said that at least once to me, but I think a lot of times to share it. So if it wasn't for him, I think to remind us, who we're serving, and that we needed to do something. And so I remember my late He's not even dead yet. Oh my God. I just want to say, I just traveled from New Zealand, and my plane was canceled in Vancouver, and my car had I got in somebody backed into me the day that I left, so I had to go to the collision, and it was dead, and AMA said 24 hours. Thankfully, I got my neighbor to give me a boost and went to AMA, and my heater for my feet didn't work, so I have really cold feet. Anyways, that's my excuse for that faux pas. My brother Eric, he said one thing when this one time to me when he was starting, and he got that building built for pound makers in Nietzsche, and he said that in order for Nietzsche to get a building, it needed to be alongside of pound makers, because they would fund pound makers, but they wouldn't fund Nietzsche by itself. So in some ways, that's kind of like the attitude I think that it took when we were able to get money from PSPP. So they stopped funding, the federal government stopped funding Blue Quills as stopped funding us. Right? And then they said, you have to do grants, and the grants were open to everybody, not just Indigenous institutions, everybody. So a bad thing for the college, but a good thing for the Dene program, because that meant that I could then write a proposal for the language program for both pre and for Dene. Right? And that was when we started the Dene program. And we were very fortunate that Jessie applied and came to work for us. Jessie is amazing because, she's fluent, she can translate, she's quick, and she has an understanding of different dialects, and she has a teaching background. All of those things, I think, helped in terms of that first year in developing the Dene program. Struggled with people, and students coming, and in a lot of ways, for me, the way that I think about it is the same way that I thought about the pre-program. You just get anybody who's interested, come. You don't judge, they're this kind of a person, they're not appropriate. I used to, when we started the BA, I used to, pick people up and say, well, what are you doing right now? What are you doing? Have you ever thought about coming to the language program? Not judging who they are, just getting people to come in. And also not judging, necessarily their capacity, because it's like all of them then might not necessarily, their fluency might just be emerging and not be where you want it, but they are now language activists. They are now people who are going to go out and talk about that language, and in that moment, in that time when they're in the school, they're going to talk about it with other people about the importance of speaking the language. And that's what we need to grow. And that's, so now today, from that first year before we started that BA, there was 3 students in the language, in the Hill language program. The next year we had 12 students, and each year we would drop. So by the end of the 3rd year, we only had 12 students in that Mayhill project. In order to, and you have to be kind of like fluid in your thinking, I think. So in that, we started, most programs, they will take a cohort, and then they will keep that cohort. But our cohort was getting smaller, so it didn't financially, it didn't make sense, just to not, just carry those 6 people through those years. It doesn't pay for the program. It doesn't pay for all of the instructors that you have to have. So, started a new cohort, and then a new cohort, and figure out how to manage that in that time. So I lost my point of thought there. Yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of like how we started that. I was really not able to be, like one of the things from starting with the Dene, started having Jessie there, and then we also have Victor Tazazi. And I was unfortunate that I wasn't around when they had the first, was it fire ceremony or 2 days? Fire ceremony. Yeah, at Blue Quills, and, like, in my mind, I was there the second year and they had another one, but in that first year, in my mind, I kind of like imagined what it looked like, to have that old boarding school with all of the trauma that was visited on people, the language loss that happened there, and then right in front of it, that fire dance and all of those people and all of those songs and the power of those songs. And I always remember late John Janvier, and you talk about drivers and people who keep it going, like, so I think in Cold Lake, I think that he's one of those people that kept it going, the idea of the language and working on the language, and making it his mission, so I feel grateful that, that he was able to participate in that, in the Dene program in terms of teaching the syllabics, and reminding us that, at one, like he was talking about his father being the chief, right? And that he did all of this communication in syllabics with all of the other, communities. Like that's where we need to get back to, where we're communicating in the language with our contemporaries, with our leadership in those places. And to hold that vision that that's where we're going to arrive in the future. Maybe not necessarily right away, and but that's the future that we hold. So the same, I think, for Nehiyawin, it's like that in the future we have that as a language that we speak within our communities, within our meetings. And I think this Alex, I went to say hello to him. He says, "Oh, so are you how much Dene are you gonna speak?" And I said, "Oh my God, I only know Midland." But it's a good comment because it's, like Jessie, I'm always amazed with how much Cree she's learning, and, challenging herself. And to think that at one time, like it was common for people in our communities to speak more than one language, to speak, Dene, Cree, French, English, and maybe even Ukrainian, and that was a common thing. Whereas now we have to overcome that kind of like belief that we can't, it's hard, we can only learn one language. It's hard to learn more than one. I have a little bit of a belief, that once the Dene gets started with language learning, they're going to surpass us. That's great. I think that's what I told Jessie when she was hired on, because I don't know why I have that belief, but that's a thought that's in my head. Maybe to challenge my own self, because I'm not yet fluent in Nehiyawin. And I think that we have to nurture everybody, like the people who are not fluent and the people who have that desire, and welcome them in and really encourage them in whatever capacity they have to pick up the language. And I really wanted this young man here to come into the Dene program, but he didn't choose that, But he's like, I said, in my mind, looking into Cold Lake, he's driving the revitalization of the songs, and the ceremonies in those songs. So I think, well, that is a good thing, I really appreciate that. And I just want to say with Linda, I always if I could steal her, I would, because I think that because she's a driver, right? Like she has that passion, and coming in and plugging away and trying and keeping the focus on the language, keeping that her mission. And that's the thing that we need in our communities. We need to nurture those drivers, and we need to nurture the young people who want to do that, and give them encouragement. Even though that the government of Canada has allocated more money to language, that does not mean that we get more money. I mean, I'm still spending most of my time trying to find money and to look for and write grants to be able to support the language programming at Blue Coals. And it's a difficult thing. It hasn't been easy.
Question, it's possible to do it, I know that what you said, it's hard for people to try to go there to learn the Indian language. How can you use the technology nowadays to create a classroom, something like this, where we could sit and see you teaching? And that would be a little more accessible to the people that can't afford it. Or time, you said you're not even go there. It's just a long ways to travel day in, day out. Just thought I'd ask that question.
I think he has other passions. But yes, so one of the things, strangely enough, with COVID is that we had a lot more people that applied for the language program, and most of the classes now in Dene that we have, the program that we have right now is online. Because that's another struggle, right? The number of fluent people that you can get, and who have that ability and have that willingness and want to teach. The other thing for us, for the Cree at least, is dialect, So, or, proper pronunciation of words. So it's like, when we first started, in 2011, we had a lot of people who would come in and say, it's hard. We have people, our elders are always, not kind to us when we're speaking. They're hard with their corrections and those kinds of things, and it made it difficult for them to want to learn to speak. And we have gotten over that now. I think there's less of that within our communities. It doesn't mean to say that it still doesn't happen, but it's not a big conversation any longer within our classrooms. And part of that is too for us learning, and I don't know if this is for Dene, but for in Nigeria, when it's like, if you make a mistake, sometimes the mistake is not an unintelligible word. It's not like saying, mispronouncing hospital and saying Huxtable, or ambulance and saying ambulance. It is saying, Huasputsis and Huasputisk. So the first word is like a jumping being, a little jumping being, so a grasshopper, and the next one is a jumping ass. So for the Cree speaker who's fluent, when they hear that mistake, it's like that image comes into their mind and they want to laugh. So they're not laughing at you for making the mistake, they're laughing at the image. So for the learners, sometimes it's needing to know that. And then also for the speakers, it's needing to know that, to be more kind and more gentle if you're wanting people to learn to speak. The other thing is that understanding that language changes, language shifts. That's why you have so many different dialects in Dene, right? Is because those languages separated and then they shifted and then they changed. So we're going to have to expect that our languages are going to change in the future because of our speakers. So I remember going to a conference in New Zealand, listening to this presentation where they studied old speakers of Maori and young speakers of, new speakers of Maori, and in terms of the shift, in terms of how they did their vowels. And so there was a change, and part of the change is because now the people who are teaching those younger generation are second language learners. So we're gonna, and our young people are gonna always change the language. I mean, in English, you see it happen all the time with new words, like something is cool, something is deadly, and you're not meaning it's, it's dead. So there's those kinds of things that our young people are going to bring, that are going to be maybe interesting for us in the future. So I like that you're having this conference. I'm amazed. It's pretty awesome. And the speakers that you have are pretty awesome. I think that I hope from this that there is a growing movement within your community for language immersion, language activism. And I just want to say one more thing. We have Nigel over here, who's also in the he's one of the instructors in the digital media program. So part of the thing is with resources. There is a lack of resources, and we need to expand on those resources. So all of our grants that we do for resource development at Blue Coast now we have matching with Dene. So if anybody who wants to do any kind of translation work and feels like you want to do that, please let me know, because we're always looking for people to translate, the things from one language to the next language. We were going to do a story by, Linda made me think of Dick and Jane and Spot. And we asked her to do a story, and we didn't do it, but we're saving it for another time. And she was talking about her dog, and she went on this hunting trip to get moose. And the thing that stands out in my mind with that story was her dog. And I can't remember what his name was. Wally. And Wally is a smart dog, because she was telling him when they were listening for hearing this moose, and she goes, and Wally goes, and so she says, he whispered a bark. It's like, and so, like those are the stories, like the amount of stories that we have in our own lives, in our own personal lives, that we need to be telling, of sometimes, we think it's a common event in our life. It's a nothing story, but we need to take those stories and make them the stories that we tell, along with our legends. So our everyday stories about things that happen in our lives, plus also our sacred stories. And so part of why I talked about Nigel is that we started doing videos as part of the kits for our resources. And we realized that, like maybe we should start training some of our young people to be interested in developing, getting the skills to do media, so that we could start telling our own stories. So maybe they don't have the language, but they could tell the stories and learn how to translate those into the language. So I think that is where I want to stop. That's a lot And here's this awesome lady.
Yeah. What is season to Marcy the Hell season? So to toy no harm to the young. To whom we are. You have everything all planned in your head, and then you forget, I have my notes. But anyway, a general Mohani, Marcy Chuli season, Maryland, and to be the speakers on day, Marcy no understand. No hayat here, no hayat here, but Dora young boys are him. See, Jessie Sylvester, who she is in, at Jury's children, there is no thing. Said Honey, I'll bear with you, and any one Nick. Yeah, just a little bit young. says any queen ya hotels ya no hotel ya ya ze hobakat hosni se kuistinga dana akat hasa kayu so now James and they have casa James I really my brother's in the back is I'm Jesse he's James anyway kind of you so ya tiedai no ya tiedai but ada ya tiedai na no he si mo dali esulani tiene kulo tamante sa chaza edine tansi hindi ya edine bedini ya kanu no ha ya residential school no hindi ya kanu to play the every day no chotaya queer no hindi ya bashana dels and hani cave ya ti ha ya this is a use na ye chon this is and na har ha ya I think they use na ye so anyway I just want to say in Totine we kind of lose the whole spirit when we translate from our sacred language that has a spirit to English. I was raised monolingual. We were raised on the land with my brother. There were 5 of us with my parents, and at the age of 6, we were taken away. I don't know for what reason. Maybe my father drank too much. I don't know. And so, as kids, I just thought I'll share this because it's going to lead into what I do today. And so we were taken away. We were brought to the river on my nation, Buffalo River. Brought to the river at Buffalo River, it's called. And a plane landed. Of course, we're kids, we're just excited, never been in a plane before. So we were put in there, and all of a sudden, mom and dad are standing there, and I saw them crying. And so the plane took off, and we're looking out the window, and kept flying, and we landed in a place called Lac La Blanche Lake. And so got out of the plane, and a black sleek car came. For the very first time, we saw a cartoon. And from the driver's seat stepped out a man dressed in black, all black. That was a priest. I never saw a priest in my life. Then on the other side, passenger side, a nun came out. I never saw a nun in my life too. And she too dressed in black. And quickly, we just I grabbed for my brother's leg, and I clung onto him, and I still get emotional, guys. So we were brought to the residential school like the one you see at Blue Quills, and got out, and me in my little gray flannel shirt, blue jeans, probably my moccasins, thought I was a boy because my name was Jessie too. Placed me with the boys, and my sister Marlene was with off on the girls' side. But again, these are the stories that stay with us forever. It's one that's, I have overcome many obstacles, many hurdles in my life. And, but having said that, we were forbidden to speak the language at the residential school too. So it was basically during playtime, or we became really good at sneaking around, lying and stealing food and stealing from the garden, those kind of things. So I became very good at that too. And but all in all, I've maintained my language. I am quite proficient. I can speak it, write it, translate it. And so, but just a little bit of my past. So I'm going to get into the next slide here. Elders, knowledge keepers of Floyd Chotoy that played a pivotal role in launching the BA Indigenous, the first in Canada, you guys. So left to right, Nuftaza, John Jagger, me. I want the elders to give a wave when I call their name. Agnes Gendron. Alan Jacobs. Oh my gosh, a well-known, our very own Alex Janvier. And of course, Linda Minus, the driving force. So anyway, when we began, I don't want to get too much into this because I don't have much time. I remember sitting with Marilyn, Dr. Marilyn and Linda, and they said, we need to get an elders group going. So quickly, Linda, being the driving force, just got the elders together. And man, these guys are powerful. They speak the language. They know the history. They know the dialects. They know basically anything and everything. And if you go wrong, they'll tell you. So I was put in my place many times. And me coming from Buffalo River, I remember the late John and Al, they called me Bon Lights Equi, a French woman, and I was so mad at us. So I heard that, but today I know why, because I have a little bit of that French dialect in me sometimes. So anyway, moving along. This is when I did my thesis, I actually wrote in Dene too. And so it was really hard for, of course, Dr. Sherry to read it, so that's probably why I passed it. Just kidding. Anyway, if you follow along, I'm going to read it. Senior Seja, Sakayan Tie, Joshua Chotwe, Yazi no Hetias Tieka. And John Dennis Ushan Nene, Need Zone, Horoish An, Nik Ella, no Hetsi Kui, Nuha. Satha al Bernicho, and Nemon Migni, Chotwe, what's in Dene no Hello in Haratkin. Dan o hech ni hini. E kunt o hasonat ha. Ni yani. Si Dr. Jesse Sylvester Hushizan. Kuluzan, ni tuets en hile, na hi yasi. Se zi na soet a huke. The kesare ki o hushtu, but oras aiha. My spiritual name. E yi denezi savant I, Canyon de Shea, Arizona, and te shep kozen e yare. Thaik os nene chu tuhule nene ke sezi savant ani nenepa tekhui asiba darut ehile warrior woman sezi savant yani ayer eneni chu satani saganaha nahits is a bediyole tintune sehushi hini Ejeridesh chioti denesushine hisli. So basically, just to kind of sum them up, who wants to translate that? Gina McIntyre. So anyway, because of the ceremonies I began, mainly with UNDQ and going back to who I am, I really had to find myself to be able to help people in the journey of wanting to reawaken our language. And so with my tobacco in hand, I went around to our many elders and listening to Stanley this morning speak about the many things, the indoctrinations that were ingrained in us with the church and many other things. I took my tobacco and began my search for my Dene name. Well, no one could help me. They felt that they were saddened. So I pursued, and I know our Navajo Nohelotini in the States. And so that's where I took my tobacco, and that's where I was given my name, which was Neneba in the Navajo language, in Dene, which I translate to Tsekwi Asibadarot Ehile. And of course, my parents called me Zintuda Badeyo, that people are laughing at. So, the fire that you see, I began my lodge too because I had to find me in terms of who I am. And so, with the help of elders and guidance and following protocol, my wish was to have my own lodge because the lodges I have been to have all been run by male, and I thought we need to get our own female lodge. So I seeked advice. I went for help. I did everything I possibly could, and they said, "Wait no longer, Jess. Begin your lodge." And so, with the help of my husband and my brother James out there, this is the lodge that we began. And I've had many female come in the lodge, and everything is conducted in the language, so there's no Totina spoken in there, and that this is a safe place for us. And with the BA in Linda and I took many of the students out on the land, and there weren't many. You heard Marilyn, Dr. Marilyn speak about that. Our numbers were really low, but we just kept going on and doing what we can. And this is a stream that it's the holy waters that the Dene use in here and Tochoktoy. So it's a special place, and it's really because of what the water is. So, and then with the land base. You see Marilyn there with her Ray. We did some duck plucking and and then on the right side you'll see we also had my brother James again come and do some land based, and this was funny because at that time it was Haitazi fall time. And my brother said, I'm going to teach you how to do some moose calling. They need a kayatiha. It's in deals. Helen remembers that. And then so we're just going around and I'm like, where are you? I'm going to pick on you. But it was, like, it's really sad because I think with the language, and I may be touching a little bit more on that the language that is used here, it's just the reserved talk, nothing else. And Elder Alex reminded us about that, and he really made me think when we were in Whiston, BC, when he talked about that. But the thing that happens though, is just the reserved talk that you hear. Or those kind of things, eh? But when you go out on the land, we become different people because you don't shoot a moose on a reserve, but on the land, you do shoot a moose. You do learn how to cut. You do learn what parts do you take? What parts do you cook first? What kind of wood do you harvest? How do you make your fire? How do you cook it? How do you eat it? And so you don't really need all the utensils. You don't need all the plates and everything. Like we'll break the willows and put it there and place our food, and away we go with the marrow broken and the feast begins. So there were many things that we had to revisit, and it's actually a lot of work, but it's always, I think, taking part in the land, and that's what we really encourage with Dr. Marilyn also to really encourage our students to come back and get back onto the land. And so Elder John Mutazani, like he taught syllabics. He was the pro, and of course he had a really dedicated student that's sitting right in our front here, and that was Gina. And when Elder John came, he was always in Dene. He always spoke in Dene and always encouraged us to speak in Dene and to write in Dene. And so the syllabics was one that he really focused on. And so now when I do translations, if you heard Donna talk about people texting you and saying, I need to, how can you translate this? And how do you write this in syllabics? If there's anything in syllabics, I just direct it to Gina. So I guess these are ways of language revitalization too, that it requires a lot of work, and I think dedication and passion that we have to be able to keep at it. Moving along here. The late John Jow here presenting on the BA in Ganasuhine in Victoria, BC, June 26, 2019. That's him on the right. And at the dinner reunification at the Tsuut'ina Nation in southern Alberta, October the 15th, 2019. So he was an advocate, he was a warrior, he championed the language everywhere he went. And again, he taught at UNBQ for a number of years. He taught the syllabics writing. While there, he shared many stories. His knowledge is carried with us today. I remember when he talked about the Sastrona Hofthra, and then it was called the Frog Lake Massacre. And for the very first time, I heard the truth spoken. And that was from the late John. I was like, oh my gosh, he just blew me away with his knowledge and how, again, this is no offense to Catholic people, but they really distorted our stories. And so we need to really get our facts straight also too with the many elders, the elders that are still alive with us today. And I've been away from UNBQ for a number of years, but my heart is always with UNBQ. It's no matter where I go, I speak of UNBQ. And I invited them to where I work in Saskatoon at the Cultural Center. So this was the team that came down with Dr. Marilyn. JC was working at that time, and you can see Linda. And Del Paquette is actually right in the back there. Give a wave, Del. And Del didn't, that's right. So again, we worked there for all day, and in terms of some of the courses that we need to teach to be able to reawaken it, to just get it going, and to invite many of our students that should be there. I'm running everywhere here. And so with that, I'm just going to skip this slide here. The other thing that I really want to really touch up on too is that our language is really polysynthetic. So like the word like thay means a rock. Thay also means the pipe. Thay also means first. So that goes to show you how old, how ancient our language is. And then I want to talk about this one because it was the late Elder John Jagger that spoke about this word, Yadariye. Okay, Ya means the universe. Dariye means superior above all, which is our creator or God. And he said, when our ancestors were using this word in ceremony, Yadariye, the priests came in and put slini at the end. So it became Yadari slini, and then shortened to Yadai slini, which translates to what? The devil. In our history as Indigenous peoples, there was no word for devil, really, if you research it. And so that, again, he made me think about this. And again, our language being so powerful. And the next one is Inkazi. Inkazi was practiced by our people. Ka, who knows what Ka means? Inkazi. It's an old word. You can't even describe it in English. It's to do with the medicine people, and they say that no need with our minds, and so our people were travelers too, like within an instant. They may be in South America, and I'll have a short story about that too. My brother and I traveled to Bolivia, South America. We need two countries to support what happened on my nation with my brother, where they were charged for hunting in the air weapons range, which is rightfully our homelands. And so when we got there, it was about the third or fourth night, there was going to be a ceremony in the morning. And so Hitsia, the medicine man, had two fires going, one for South America, one for North America. And I kept hearing him say the word Kwan. The ceremonies, and I can't interrupt him because he's in his prayer, and I kept praying, but the word kept coming up. So when everything was over, the fire became one. My brother and I sang, I got to my translator and I asked her, please ask, the medicine man, what does he mean in the word coin? And that time in South America, it's a Quechuan language. So he said, I'm saying fire. And so, even that, within, it's oh my goodness, that was so, and how far are they? And then while we're still there, because the roads are so narrow, my brother and I were in a bus and we stopped right there and it was really close. And of course, my brother likes to talk to everybody, and a young guy was sitting there and my brother said, what is your name? And he said, Zena. And my brother said, that's my language too. And so my brother said, what does that mean in your language? And he said, black. Well, Zena is black in our language too. So that really, it really makes you think about that word in Kazi in terms of what our people, how they've traveled. The other thing I want to talk about too was the language shift that Marilyn talked about. I think as Indigenous peoples, and I just really hold true to the teachings of our old people, including my father. We have words like, I'm gonna go really fast, we have but that sound is being changed to j. So when we say hill a, the ch is changed to hill j. So there's a shift happening. So we need to be really careful. The other sound is we have a K with a glottal, and it makes the sound like I. So instead of them using that sound, they're using the g sound. So they're saying guy. So this is just to make you people think. So with the T and the glottal, the sound like taste, ashes. They've changed that to d. So they'll say days. So these are some things that we really need to seriously think about as Indigenous peoples and as language champions and wanting to, I don't want to preserve the language, but I think at the same time we need to be really mindful and cognizant in terms of what's happening to the languages too. Even the T, the glottal, L with a glottal, glottalized, voices L, I should say, sorry. So that makes a sound like ule, like the rope, or ka'i, the pants. But that is changed to gl, so that it's gla'i or glule. So again, it sounds funny, but that's how it's being spoken. So we just have to be mindful of those things. And so where I work in Saskatoon, we as a team at the Cultural Center work with the 74 nations, 75 actually. And of the 75 nations, we have 8 linguistic groups. We have the Cree, and they have the Plains, they have the Woodland, and they have the Swampy. And there's the Odas, no offense to how we're saying it, but there's the Dakota language, Lakota and Nakota. And then we have the Soto. Sometimes they like to be called the Nakaway. And then there's the Dene. Our languages are in crisis, seriously. The thing, in my observation, I've been there for 3 years, 1 year as interim, almost 2 years as a full-time. In the north where we come from, our languages are still intact, but we cannot be too comfortable though. However, our ceremonies are not there. So these are some things that I have observed. And I have written about it. Then when we travel to the south, they have the powwows, but their languages are Absis, Yazi, Inadarini. So something needs to happen with the help in terms of how can we help the south? How can the south help us? The other thing that it's kind of become the buzzword is the land-based teaching. Again, when I first began, I talked about how my parents brought us up on the land, no Nisa. we didn't think that was land-based teaching. Everything was natural. Everything was natural. But today, because of our language loss, I don't know who began writing about the land-based. Maybe Marilyn can help me on that. Then we have the TPR, the total physical response, where I can tell Dwayne, Uziga. So the kids hear that, and Uziga means what? Come here. Niga. Stand up. Nida. Nida. Shinity. So these are a lot of command words that we use with children. And I remember when Donna, when I first met Donna at Sylvie way back in the day, and at that time she began the immersion program in Onion Lake, and I thought I was totally blown away by how she taught her lesson. And she said, I have to have like 3 glasses or 4 glasses of water beside me, because being immersed, you have to speak in the language and not a word of English in there. And that is why I think that sometimes it scares people to begin immersion. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of prep time. But I think once you get going, become really immersed, it becomes fun. Take the kids out and do what you can out of the land. Gee, was it just switch here? But anyway, I don't know how much time we have, but maybe we can have some Q&A. I just want to say, Masi Chos hello Tina. If you're a BA in Denesuchine, Baga, Munchava Hanastetsi. No Hayatia, but I dare at your best note in Ohio, no Hanet Filha. A you know Hanat Fester, at Lassie T. Dale Celotine, Bagada Mufte, no Hanrani Lassie. So to translate that, I said, thank you, my relatives. This BA in Denesuchine has become the driving force for myself. Our language, if it's forgotten, the one thing that we're put on this earth with, it sounds better than language. Once it dies out or diminishes, it's gonna, it'll burn out. Then where do we go? My relatives, think about it. I love you. So with that, I have a little bit of information here with where I come from and what I do. I got my personal email and my work email. I have my cell phone workplace. I've got some gun with a yoga there. Actually, there's a reason why I put that there. I usually do a presentation on healing also. Being a survivor at the residential school for 10 years of my life, man, it's like ongoing healing. Layers and layers of, things that I need to shed and break away. But in the process of all that, I was diagnosed with cancer also too in 2008. And so I had to really begin shifting my mind. Say me, because I was brought up with westernized curriculum, everything was the white man's way. I remember even coloring the kids with yellow hair and white skin because we were so shamed to be who we were. And so anyway, throughout the whole process, with the diagnosis of cancer, I had to decolonize my food. So when the elders sat with me, they said, well, Jesse, you have to stop eating your beef and your pork. I'm like, what? And then with my prayer too, so many things I had to unlearn and relearn. And that's been my journey. But probably one of the most rewarding journey is having to get rid of the unlearnings, I think. But the work is with the relearnings, because we've become so accustomed to the Muniao ways, to the Tutine ways. And having said that, as you can see to the right, I've gone back into my drumming also. I do singing, and my brother and I do a lot of singing in the ceremonies, basically what keeps me going and keeps me afloat. physical with the canoeing element. And so Dwayne's my partner in crime with the canoe racing. We're unbeatable. We're gonna get back at it. So Masi chose it in Israel fine. It was kind of quick, it was fast. I had a lot of notes, but it's meant to be resisted. Oh. Yeah.
Regarding the songs that you're saying in our language, we're gonna speak the next, basically, onwards is, certainly still, like, but, with the changes that you're talking about, I agree with you, keep that old way, we can't help for anybody, or it's gonna change our language totally.
Masicho.
The old traditional Dennis speaker language that you still have within us, we could word it to whatever and stay with that. Instead, because a lot of us, we were residential school. And thanks to some people, I started to speak my language. Like my friend Marina saying, that it isn't a legal way. But before we went in, that's all school. So it's in us, it's in our body, it's in our blood, it's in our mind. We will, it's coming back to the word for they weren't, the spirit will help you. We are here for our human. Just to make it easier for somebody.
To go be when Linda was talking about Behuhal with her teeth. You know, it's so important to keep our teeth. It's kind of off topic, untakeable, but still, yeah. To be when I became pregnant, I lost a few of my teeth too because babies take a whole lot. I realize. And so and then quite recently I lost this one. That's when my mother was still alive. And I couldn't make these sounds. And I was like, it's too long. So I can't make some of these sounds. So I had to really practice to get back to, remember I popped out some of the sounds. So I feel for you there, Linda. You gotta keep working at it. So protect your teeth. Keep your sounds. Keep organic sounds. I think the other thing that I want to touch upon too is we have a lot of educators in here. We have language warriors in here. We have writers in here. We have master's students in here. You know, I just came from a language speakers conference that we put up at the Cultural Center in Regina. And one of the topics that came up and was repeated was the curriculum. The curriculum in our schools, you know, have always been westernized, and we became so complacent with it, like, oh, it's okay, you know, let's teach it this way. And like somebody said, the colors like sure, you can teach that, but I think we need to get back onto the land and to have curriculum writing done by our people, not to they don't know anything about us. You know, so that is really important and that is really crucial. Just let us say that too.
The word in our language is called anthropology. means. Well, the loosest translation, like our language has many things on different levels, right? But, the word itself means the way it is. I've interviewed a lot of Ahmadi when they were still alive. Now we just have a small handful of Ahmadi left. What it is, it's a word. It's a word like dene, where it's a kind of an umbrella word. It means many different things. But what it refers to is Anthropocene refers to a whole teaching. Like before the Europeans landed their boats on our shores here at Turtle Island, before that day, all of our teachings were all into one. Like when you go to university today, it's biology, everything's separated, and they teach you about how everything is separated. The Auckland, they used to teach about how everything is connected. And I don't want to say too much about Nkwazi, but because those are, and it refers to, even the word dene something, it refers to somebody taking that going on that journey, and that each person is supposed to go on that journey, and that we work towards perfection. You know, it doesn't, and what the author they used to say is that it could take more than one lifetime to find that, but it's something to work towards. But it isn't just an ideal. You know, like these words like dene, something, it means a lot of different things. And I like the comment that the elder over there made, and, you know, because I feel it's something that we have to get back to about learning what these words really mean. You know, what do these words really mean? Like I'll give you an example. Like everybody says choke, but the proper way to say it is cho. You know, that's just an example. Another word that people never use in our community now is senia. You never hear people say those words. It means I'm happy. You know, and so I think we got a long ways to go. I'm very concerned about the culture. You know, but my question is, you know, back to the question, I got to look it up properly. But the question is, I'd like to know, and you know, it's kind of a rhetorical question. I don't have to answer you now. It's a question that we're going to ask you. It's something I learned from this doctor who was a Maori. If you have a question, she said, keep asking the question, even if nobody answers it. She said, keep asking it. And the question is, how are we going to close the gap between the people who speak dene something in language fluency? It's kind of a clique. I'll say that in front of all of them. It's okay. They can be mad later if you like. But then there's a lot of people who are just starting to learn. And there's a huge gap in between them. So my question is, how are we going to close that gap? You know, because I think there's a lot of people who have the interest. And because like somebody touched on it too here, because when I was growing up, it's my Chippewa language. And then like growing up, I had to learn, well, first of all, we're not Chippewa. You know, that's the Cree word for us. But you know, like, so anyways, it's a long journey. And I just wanted to ask that question. You know, even if I don't get an answer today, that's okay. There are things, and the old Dene way is like when we're like to teach young people, we teach them like we're kind of firm with them in the beginning. This is how you do something, and then we leave them alone. We let them decide on their own. Then they show us how they're going to act. You know, so I think even in schools, like something with this curriculum, like the Alberta curriculum, it cuts us off in a lot of ways. And the other thing which I'm upset about is I see our colonizers, our European colonizers, making a lot of kind of taking over teaching native things. You know, they'll do it with certain colonization has many tools. One of them is qualification. Oh well,
if you want to operate that shovel, you have to have a ticket. Oh, well, I see you want to use that chainsaw. Oh, well, you have to have this and that. On and on. So it's just an example. And it's something I'm very concerned about. And because it seems like everybody follows Alberta. Everybody's scared of the Alberta laws. But I think that they have nothing over us. I think that because because things like the Alberta government, it is all built on a lie. And that's stealing and things like that. So I don't want to get too much into that. I'm just, how can we sidestep that, or how can we work right through it? And that's kind of another question. And I'm really concerned about these things because I see how a lot of times people use those, like the legislation and things like that. Like they say, you can't teach this because of A, B, and C. And I see them as roadblocks. And I think that that we just have to like these things, we have to re-indigenize. Like it said here somewhere, somebody mentioned re-indigenize. I think of it as like we have to relearn. For us to hear people. And I don't want to say too much because I spoke too much. Thank you.
Wait, a comment on what you said. An elder told me, if you don't speak the language now, you will never understand the way it is supposed to be. That's what he told me, and it broke my heart. I can tell you, it breaks my heart today. I struggle to listen and learn. But in my heart, I feel like I'll never understand it the way it's meant to be. Because it's lost with me. Is that what it's going to be like? This is like that gap that you're talking about. See, my Dene name, Tenal Ferushe. My English name is Mary Jane Sagaze. I am a descendant from Churchill, Manitoba. My grandparents were from Churchill, Manitoba. They traveled to Stormy Rapids when the missionaries, white people, came for uranium. And today I have a question for all the educators here. I teach Dene language. I came here 22 years ago, and I live here on this nation. I live with the Jackknife family. I married into them, and I have children here. I teach Dene. I know a lot of people here from the Polish First Nations, and I work with all of the departments here. And I do Roman orthography, syllabics. I grew up with my grandmother from the land, making moccasins, traditional, and I beat myself and whatever. And I went to university, I went to Blue Quills, and I did graduate, but my band would not pay for my tuition, so I never got my degree. And I have translated for many, many government officials and everything. And I feel like the Roman orthography, I don't want to offend anybody. If I do, I'm sorry. I feel like the gap, Dwayne said, the Roman orthography for me is created later on in our lives. And the Roman orthography is, I feel like it's so hard for the children to learn. It's X's, question marks, and when you teach that to the children always think it's a question mark because their heads are English first. My brain is Dene first. And I write in syllabics. I tried to do that Roman orthography. I couldn't teach the kids because I didn't want to teach it. And when I started teaching the syllabics with John Mead, and I worked with John, and I traveled to Blue Quills with John every day before when I went to school there. And I learned a lot of, we used to say, John and I used to say, can you read those ones? And they used to say, no. You? No, I can't read that really good because I feel like syllabics are the true sounds of our language. That's why you say we are shortening things. Ne ron ni tom, that's one. It's really ne ron ni ri tom. Val helped me a lot with that sounds. The true meaning of our language is in the syllabics because those are the original sounds when they came here. And when the children want to learn, you show them Roman orthography, they're not interested. When you show them syllabics, man, they want to do that. A, E, I, O. Cree, New Inuit, Dene, they all have those syllabics. Those syllabics are from the sky. That's how the Navajo people read them. When you see the dipper, there's a ah in there, a shape of a diamond. That's our first alphabet sound syllabics, ah. A, E, I, O. Somebody told me to write a Cree word. And I got a Cree dictionary and I put it there and I wrote it in Cree and I showed it to somebody and they read that syllabics. Because when the first missionaries came here, they used the syllabic word, the signs, to steal our language so they can take over all our lands. All they see is money when they see us. My life, I'm here because of two. Two in causing was that we don't use that anymore. It's because our spirits are taken. And when I say ni hotsini. That means ni means earth. Hotsini means the one who made the earth. And then when we say the Indian Affairs government, don't hit or don't talk back to the hand that feeds you. And then we think it's the government, Indian Affairs, whatever. No. It's the Mother Earth, and then me, and then two. And that's who we're not connected with our earth anymore. Our language, our spirit, our incarnate. There's nothing anymore. That's why. And I stand here, I've been living here in Cold Lake for 23 years. I came here translating for the Dene people. And there's a lot of empty seats here. I've learned a lot from these people here. And I'm a part of this community. And I see the school over there is not La Blanc anymore. Like the massacre, the Frog Lake massacre, that's where, I didn't know that before. A lot of people, my people don't know that, Northern Saskatchewan, Black Lake. A lot of things that are hidden from us. When this pandemic started, I started reading more books because I wanted to know why this is happening to us. And I found out everybody has been calling us Athabascans. Everybody knows that, right? Some people here call themselves Athabascans. And we thought, oh, right now it's Army. No, it's not. Athabascan means uranium minerals. It really means that. If we want to change something to be who we are again, give us back our land because we need our land to connect. Right now, I was 300 pounds before. And I wasn't speaking my language. I stopped teaching my children. I didn't want to be Dene. And then When this pandemic hit, I went to the store, there was no meat, no food on the shelves. Who do I have to go back to then? Where do I have to go back to survive? The land. I started eating whatever the land my grandmother taught me. I started eating that. Berries, sage, whatever I could find, I started eating because I seen my grandmother do that. And now today, a lot of us had that needle. I call it the biochemical needle. The day my auntie got it, she told me, 2 days later, my auntie was sick. My auntie was fine. My dad is not here anymore. So I just wanted to say that Roman orthography and syllabics and TPR or stuff like that. If we can all come together and talk about this, that how are we going to go back to our land and our language and to use the true sounds. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I know there's a couple of people, for your input. Give these two doctors here a round of applause. I know Jesse and Marilyn. I know SICC, they just had a language conference in Denny resources. I know we gave out some. You can buy some on our website. You know, the other day someone messaged me, do you know where I can get resources? And I sent them over to sicc.ca, I think. Blue Quills has some too? Okay. And the Cree to it, all that stuff, flashcards, everything. You can go on their website and you can buy some. So we're gonna do draws, but also I'm gonna give a couple minutes, okay? One of the things, you know, my job is tough. I know people are triggered by a lot of these things, and we don't get the opportunity to be in this spaces, a safe space to talk about these things. I understand it, I see it all the time, everywhere I travel, you know, and we can let a lot of things go in here. Please be mindful of other people too. The language can be, I don't mean Dene language, the language and we speak about what we share, what language we use, what word we use. We don't know what it's gonna do to other people, whether it's SRO or Roman orthography. Whatever it's going to trigger, it might be different for something else, right? Someone else. So we got to be mindful of that. You know, when we gather in these spaces, it doesn't happen all the time. Julius mentioned, how are we going to keep the momentum going? Are we just going to dump everything out here and leave it here, or how are we going to continue? And you know, it's all about the solutions. I've learned that as I'm a social worker student. I'm almost done my degree, you know, but what is the solution? I can pick away anything. We're good at that. We're good at picking away the negative. I was raised in an alcoholic home. I know how to do that. It's true. I go around telling that story. We're really good at that. I don't even know half of you, but I can tell you what's wrong with you. It's true. You laugh about it. But how are we going to get solutions now, though? Now that we laugh about it, what is the solution? What do we do to keep the momentum going? Right? I'm going to go to a couple minutes. Gina's got a comment. You wanted a comment? Yeah? Julius. And then the lady in front with the glasses. Couple minutes each.
Merci, Joe. Harriet, IIT. Jesse, Joe, Marilyn. Harriet, a cigarette shop, ici. C'est a tier à son
Ayasti, but Narasni Helene, I said, Hanator, City, Oshi Helene, Kolo, but not Beranic F, like, I'm gonna do it, that mind frame. So, despite everything that they are, for me, I have really like, give them a lot of credit for how I've been on my journey of studies, my journey of where I've been through. Yes, I would say I was colonized. We're all colonized. We're all still programmed in that way of Western world, the Western world. Sometimes I have to move myself from that mind frame of thinking today, teaching in school. The health of the lost now, so we have next time. Google is okay, calm down. It's okay. Now, come back to the Dene world. Dene something in the world. Come back. It's up there. I tell them, it's a quick. In trees, shh. Did ako, shh. Tuyayanegos. Imaginary, it's a quick. You're jumping in the water. Put it. Inyasa did ako. Inyasa. Chup. And it's at the end. Inyasa has a journey. Inyasa need to go to his family, baby birds. Hanto. But anyhow, she talked about Holy. Phonetically, our linguistic sound of no higher tier, DIT there, Yangala, no John. But DIT, Crocodiles Classically, RAD2, that means T Lotto, not Lotto, RLOGH. T hade, we don't say top. What is it? At the end. No, I take it accurately. But accurately, her yung babani ko ti hilini ya no I take it accurately. Ni a kuya ko darasi. Word kanas ha. Okay. Octorov ni sila. Octa dung sa square. Could the older ones, grade 10, 11, 12. Then a teacher, you mean this? Obscene. Ni talk, ni so talk. I could Italian no higher 10, Pasu the lab. Could a linguistic sound. I feel very honored to soon that proud. I've studied linguistics. I've studied through my professors here, my Dana professor. But no offense to this, but SRO, TPR, Sepa, it's a passion. Because I say this, I had a hard time learning English. English I asked here. English but Japanese yasti, then I said Hanneresni. I said Oshi Leclo that also be but I had to get that little Gina, get going. You're smart. You're gonna do it, Gina. You're smart. But bago this it. You have to take another one, John. Kaduja. But kudos to UNBQ. Put it phonetically sounding out. SRO is not too bad. I've learned it. sounding out phonetically, sequi. Successively, repeat after me. Successively, singing in. 한토, sequi, 내가 교공장. 내가 미탕, 내가 미탕. 내가 미탕. Think is how you sound it, how you hear it. Think is. Et d'abord en listen. Carton, syllabics. Ne, ra, ni, ta. Ne, ra, ni, ta. How many syllables? Katalas is a quick. Tabi ne. Four. Dingy. Okay. Okay, fine. So as ni. Ne, ra, ni, ta. So sound in our phonetically boring. A up W. The teacher lesson. Good afternoon.
Must see. So one more, lady in the back there.
Cooperatives, like what that is people who study kind of September to April and they go into a nation. So like, and try to do immersion or something like that. But that would be a nation building right across the new territory, right, in language. Something to think about in the future, because, the idea of speakers and needing to speak, there's interest and there's willingness to learn, but you need that engagement. Almost like nation building again, because you're actually speaking. Speakers.
Yeah, that's a good point too, good comment to make. If you didn't hear is how can we bring, like even with the seasons, someone was talking about, right? With the seasons, okay, we go into the seasons, we teach with that season. I was with a teacher from Lac Roche, he pointed to this thing and he said it was the 4 seasons, 6 he had in Denny. He said, this is my curriculum. So it really makes sense, and I think no better person than to answer that. And then after that, we're gonna go into the draw for the $100 bill and some prizes. So Julius will make a comment and see his vision there.
Okay. Actually, that's a good point to make there about what do we do from here, right? Maybe this is an opportunity for create some sort of plan to meet again somewhere, someplace, sometime soon. That way we can start talking about those things that we're talking about here. And I think what's happening here, I think we're kind of reaching out to each other. So, and if I reach out my hand to people over here, how many people are going to reach out and grab my hand, right? So if we all join forces to move this agenda forward, this is probably the best place now to move forward again. So I think I'm willing to take my time away from work and help as much as I can too. We sort of have a small committee back home, and we're trying to meet again. And Noel McIntyre is one of them too. He joined us this year. So we need more people to join us. It doesn't matter, where you come from. We're all in the same place, going to on the same journey. So just to keep it short, I think maybe tomorrow or sometime we can share our contact information. Let's each other.
Thank you everybody on the Zoom, you kind of hit every topic there. Thank you all the doctors, the educators, thank you for all the work you do. I see, that's Gina Dews, my professor. I always say the elders are, they're instructors and professors too, because they are. You know, lots of knowledge there, a lot of good conversation here today. So I really appreciate it, all the work you do. Mariah Carey, call her over, and we're gonna do some draws. There is $100 bill in there for whoever left. I'm not holding on to your ticket. 8, yeah, we got time. They'll have time for casino ain't going anywhere. Last. $100 is last. So if you need a blanket for this cold, we got several. 772. You got it? Let's see here. We gotta make sure. That's a nice hat you got on there. Nice. 717. Yep. Count your jelly beans there. 769. You? 769? Right there. What did she get? Bath and Body Works champagne toast. Oh, you're gonna smell good, boy. Tomorrow, yeah. Put it on. You'll be shacked up tomorrow. Cold Lake First Nations. 743. 743. Right there? Ooh, everybody's here. Yep. Come back tomorrow, okay? Just because you win a prize doesn't mean you got to ditch tomorrow, okay? We got more prizes, more money. Tamba. I say Tamba. If you're a 4-chip Chamba. Sunyas. That's how they say it there. 756. Chamba, Tamba. Tamba K. Where's Tamba K? 756 from the bottom of the lake to the top on the lake. Thank you. Nikita Zuni. Nanition? Gar nicht hier. Are you Arya? I'm addicted to shoes, but 795. Right here? $795, yeah. Headphones dan de hund zeer daarna. Den het zat ule boret, you know. Den het zat ule. Kubet ule dat dire. Bezit lijkt hier zo doen. 773. I know, 773. Right here. Good heist. Sir, say it, sir. Sir. Oh, $100 bill? Oh, it's a card. Where's it to, Kristen? Walmart. Oh, look. I need toothpaste if anybody's going. Let me see if this one has an 8. $100. Okay, we're gonna have fun with this one. Actually, everybody stand up. I know you're all tired. Your Bannock is hurting. Okay, we're gonna start. The first 4. If your number is called, stand up. If your number is not called, sit down, okay? So 0979 is the first 4. If you have the number 8, stay standing. 8. 8, okay. Some of them sat down here, the 7 sat down. If you have the number 3, stay standing. If you have the number 3, stay standing. How many? Oh, okay. 8, 3, 9. So the rest sit down. $100. Don't spend it all in one place. So we'll see you all back here. Masi choner husi salatina dun zinige danu telu dun zinige sa ketani are. That's a tila zanja. Okay, Leonard. Get honey on his 6. Okay, he's gonna go skin and moose, but 6 to 8.